Khan. You deliberately put yourself in very difficult situations. You famously made documentaries with the Ku Klux Klan, with jihadists, with white extremists. I mean, that would include the Ku Klux Klan. I think there's no way they would escape categorization under that banner. Why do you do it?
I do it because I'm interested in why people do things that they do, why people believe things that they do. With both those groups of extremes that you're talking about, I think we all understand what they believe. I think we understand a lot about their ideology. We understand how horrible they are, right? But there's always a human being behind all the rhetoric and behind all of the chess beating and the ideology. And I always want to get to that part. And the reason I'm interested in that is not to excuse any of that behavior. It's not to normalize any of it, but it's just to try and get to the beating heart of it. Because if I feel that if we get to the beating heart of it, then maybe we, as the rest of society, maybe we can do a better job at resolving some of this.
So your perspective and your motivation is an optimistic one, that you essentially believe that people that have extremist beliefs, however those beliefs are resourced, whether it's fundamentalism from an Islamic perspective or ethno-nationalism, you think that these are almost temporary fugues that human beings pass through, that they are not essential states, as you said, that you are interested in meeting the human being behind, and you believe that human being is more truthful, more real, better than their group identity in which is taken.
I do, because what I've found in doing all the films that I've done at this point is whatever the window, I always call it sort of window dressing, or whatever the brand is, that might be different. So on the surface of it, it's going to look different to most people when it comes to a jihadi versus a neo-Nazi. Well, these are completely opposing ideologies, completely different people, and therefore should be treated completely differently. But what I found is that the type of men who are attracted to these movements and the type of vulnerabilities that those men possess that are being preyed upon by people in a position to misuse whatever vulnerabilities that these men have for their own political gains are the same. The psychological, the emotional, the social makeup
of the guys
across the spectrum,
leave me alone.
I have found actually to be really, really similar. Whether it's, a matter of, searching for meaning, searching for belonging, searching for a sense of purpose, searching for a brotherhood, camaraderie, searching for just a way of coping with a very, quickly changing world.
What was that?
Finding themselves to be insignificant, powerless. And then you have recruiters that have these movements that are filling those voids actively and cynically actually filling those voids, not by accident, but actually by design. And I find that really troubling, but I also find that quite hopeful. Because I think that these basic human needs, I'm searching and have been searching for all of these things that I've just listed as well. It's just, it manifests itself different for me than it does for these guys. And it's just, for me, it's a matter of figuring out how do we satisfy these needs for young people? How do we satisfy and address these vulnerabilities that young people have? And also, how do we confront the feelings of shame and humiliation and powerlessness that so many people feel before they become instrumentalized by our politicians and by populism?
So you found, regardless of how superficially polarized the group identities of white supremacists, jihadists may seem, that there's a kind of uniformity.
Absolutely, because these movements are meeting these young men, predominantly men. Obviously there are some women.
You think that's important?
I do. I think gender is a tremendous part of this. I think a sense of masculinity or a sense of sort of toxic masculinity, I think is absolutely essential to this, to both movements or to any kind of extremist movement. And I think that's also systematically overlooked. the way that our media addresses extremism,
all done.
and I think the way that our politicians address extremism in general, I think is not very helpful. They constantly want to make it something exotic, something so impossible and monstrous, because surely we can't do anything about this. These people are just hideous. They possess these hideous views, and let's just sign them all off. And that's not the truth. The truth is they're all operating out of really basic needs, and those needs are not being met in their life, in their immediate family life or in the wider society. That says more about us as a society than it does about these men. And so I'm interested in that. I'm interested in finding and excavating what those needs are, what those vulnerabilities are. Look, extremists of any kind of stripe and any form flourishes in vacuums, right? So you have Hamas and Hezbollah and all these kind of big names that we've heard of. They provide in circumstances and environments where social services do not exist, education does not does not exist, healthcare does not exist. They are filling those voids. So whether it's political voids, it is economic voids, or it is social and emotional and psychological voids in the lives of people, these extremist groups, whatever their brand is, are fulfilling those, knowing what these lacks and these voids are in people's lives. So why do they know that? Why are they doing that and we are not? Why is our political system not addressing the social and economic imbalances?
Yes,
it doesn't and again, it doesn't excuse the way that they're choosing to express that.
I think we can say at the beginning that no one's seeking to excuse the behaviour of extremists. And I feel like possibly we have really similar world views based on what you've said to me so far. I'm interested in hearing a little more about your personal experience. When we talk in a sort of a vague way about extremism, it seems abstract. What's it like when you encounter it in an individual? Tell me about some of your experiences, say for example with white supremacists, and what that's like on a personal level. How did it tally with your expectations, and were you challenged in ways that surprised you?
So when I decided to make this film, so I've had experiences of racism most of my life. I mean,
you're actually a Norwegian person.
I know, it doesn't look like
no, you don't still feel that. So no. I'm just that's my own inadvertent expectations of a Norwegian person.
Right.
I don't think that would be a Muslim person.
Right.
I think blonde,
blue-eyed, exactly. Yes, you can only imagine what it was like to grow up in the sea of the blonde and the blue-eyed, right? Looking like this. So yes, I was born and raised in Norway. My father is Pakistani, my mother is Afghan. Come from a very, very supportive, very liberal, very kind of eccentric home. My earliest memories is of me playing on the carpet and there being cigarette smoke and coffees and teas being drank and
fuck, what?
Politics and global affairs.
It wasn't even open.
Human rights being talked about, theater, art, activism being spoken about, which included men and women from the parts of the world that my parents come from. So my very, very early memories was about politics matter, the personal matters. In fact, the personal is the political. And also that men and women both engage in these very complex conversations. My father had a lot of experiences of racism in Norway. So he is sort of...
Come guys, one of you got res me.
Children to make it big and to become famous and to surpass whatever...
Res me, oh, you're right there. Oh,
through working harder than everybody else, to becoming more important in some ways than he was able to accomplish in his own life.
Which, from what I understand, is relatively typical of the immigrant experience.
Yeah. So exactly. So he wanted something better for his children than what he was able to live in his own experience in his own life. So and I remember him dragging me to these public demonstrations against racism, actually, when I was, the earliest one I remember was about 6 years old, and I mentioned this in the film as well. I remember us having conversations in later years in Norway, him saying, look, you just have to give it time. This stuff, this hatred that these types of people hold for people like us, it will go away. You just gotta be patient. You just gotta hang in there, and it'll be okay. And the fact of the matter is, I'm still sitting here. We've got Donald Trump. We've got what's happening in France, everywhere. We see this wave of populism, coloured with racism, just overtaking every space that we now know. So the reality is that it's not going to
Damn it.
And you can't just resign it and relegate it to time. We're going to have to play an active role in this. So, a couple of years ago, I did an interview with BBC. I consider really bland interview. On the society in the UK and diversity, and how we find our way through that, and how we can find a better living. And in that, I said that parents like mine have come to Western countries, and for them to think that they can re-establish what they've left behind in these countries is it's a way to have to leave the past behind. We're in a different place now, and that's just what it is. Similarly, white people in the countries that are
damn, there's a lot of people
come to are also going to have to leave behind what they expect from their country in terms of what it used to be like pre-immigration.
God damn it.
And whatever loss is involved in that, we can address that loss, and we can even, I don't know, we can even mourn that loss if we need to. I mean, I understand that there is a loss, I get that. But the reality is we're here now. And so what do? Either we get rid of each other, which to me is not an option.
Where'd he go? What's that?
I think makes any sense. Or we try to figure out living together. Truly living together. Truly being in a relationship with each other. And what that means. Anyway, so I did this interview, and one of the sentences that I said is, Britain's never going to unite again. We're never going to only white again. And this sentence and this interview basically went viral. I ended up on so many violent racist websites, particularly in America, saying that I've committed white genocide by saying that, these countries are never going to be white ever again, blah, blah, blah. And the reactions that I got to that, I mean, the amount of death threats and the severity of the threats that I got was so intense that the police even got in touch with me and said, look, what we're getting for you is very, very dark. There was another hijabi woman actually as well who said something they said for you it's even worse, so you can actually take this seriously, get the police involved, all this stuff. I was laughing at it because I've lived with death threats most of my life anyway. My first half of my life I got a lot of death threats from Islamic extremists because I'm a woman. And because I say the things that I say publicly, because I do the work that I do publicly, because I speak about women's rights, freedom of expression, and all of that, I've lived with death threats from that side of it. And then because I'm a person of color, I also then speak about diversity and unity and how we can bring this thing together. I also get death threats from white supremacists.
Thought one of them had died.
I choose not to be afraid. I'm going to choose not to follow what it is that they want me to, and choose not to react in a way that they intend for me to react. So rather than running and hiding or hating these people, I'm going to go and see if I can sit with them, meet with them, talk to them, and see, is it possible for you to act as easily in person as it is to do it, as it is to do it. And also, is it possible for me to sit with people like that? People that I've also hated most of my life. Can we sit down? Can we recognize each other's humanity? Is that possible? And is it possible for me to hold on to my humanity in the process of doing that? Why are you breathing like that?
Okay. I think that the thing you said about on that interview, Britain will never be white again. I suppose that's even though it's sort of obviously true because time is irreversible. I suppose what might be resonant and challenging.
God damn it! Was it so laggy?
That to some degree or another, people have a relationship with their country, with their nation. These constructs have been put in place, augmented, fortified, reiterated throughout time in order to manage populations.
Absolutely.
And then as the needs of that nation state require immigration, diversification, the population that have been grown on certain myths of what their country is and what their role within that country is have to adapt at a speed that they are not able to.
I agree.
Which
is why I'm saying that there is a loss in me that I actually do recognize, and I don't know what we need to do in order to address that loss. I don't know if we need to. Well, I don't know if we need to, because the thing is that has to be let go, right? Because it's the past now. It's gone. But we can recognize the loss, and I don't know. Maybe we need to have like a ceremony of letting go of that. I don't know. Whatever that transition needs to be.
Well, I think you're right, but I think it's unlikely that there would be a ceremony because that language doesn't culturally exist for any of us.
Doesn't matter. No, but that doesn't matter
because it doesn't.
Because it's up to us. It doesn't matter if it exists or not. We can still try and.
I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying that in a secular culture there is.
Fuck.
And which is part of the reason why we're here.
Yeah, and how would traditionally? See, I can see how these problems come about because nation is ensconced in tradition. Religion ensconced in tradition. There is a kind of nostalgia, an evident nostalgia that gets that's easy to, as you have already stated, cynically inflame in order to maneuver people into extremist positions. Now, like when we're talking about, I obviously admire you tremendously for your willingness, ability, and the fact that you actually have gone and confronted people and talked about it directly. Perhaps we'll come back to this idea of what a ceremony or ritual of mourning and conciliation would look like. So we'll put a pin in that for a moment, how we're essentially going to establish utopia through ritual. So let's move on into how the inciting incident of this conflagratory interview with the BBC led you to want to directly confront people that
what the fuck? How?
Talk to me a little bit about that experience.
So I started obsessively reaching out to white supremacist activists and also groups in America in particular, because that's where I did get in touch with some people in the UK, but in the UK because of the laws that we have around hate speech and so it's harder for people here to be open about their views. Whereas in America, because of the First Amendment, most of them are much more comfortable speaking out about that. And also most of the literary that's the I would say that most of them ignored me, and the people that did respond to me said, no, thank you, because I was very open. This is what's happened, and this is what I'm interested in doing, and I'm actually sincerely interested in this. I actually want to understand. So I'm going to leave my baggage at the door. And still not interested. One guy wrote back and said, well, maybe, no, far possibly, but yeah. No.
Where is he?
And this was Jeff Scoop, and he was the leader of the National Socialist Movement, which is the largest neo-Nazi organization in America. And I was really excited. I thought, okay, well, 1 in a million, so there is a chance, right? So I just started just hounding him and just writing him again and again and again and again. So give me 5 minutes, give me 10 minutes, give me whatever it is that you can give me. Just let's sit down. Doesn't really matter. Let's just do this. Eventually he agreed. And he said, look, you get 1 hour,
Spotted enemy
Detroit, come to whatever motel.
Long range.
And after an hour, you go away. I was like, okay, yay, fabulous, great, I can do that. Went, and of course, just minutes before he's about to walk in, suddenly the stuff starts rushing through my head of going, these guys are armed.
Son of a bitch.
What if he brings guys with him? It's just me and a colleague. I can't afford like security and all that kind of stuff. So I was just going, oh shit, you're doing it now. But what if this just goes horribly wrong? And he shows up, and he was alone. He did everything he said, and we talked for an hour, and then we talked for another 4 hours. And at the end of that, he said, "Look, we're about to go to this rally in Charlottesville, and you're very welcome to join us."
Still quite polite
Hmm,
and
very
charming.
here.
other
No,
than
really,
it's,
really,
rally.
you know, it really.
Actually,
and I was
wait, we've got
going, "Okay, great.
his back.
Yeah,
How,
I'd
what
love
did
to
you
do
think of
that."
him by this stage? Did you like him?
I liked him.
Is it so?
That sounds really counterintuitive, right? Right, for a person like me to sit there and to somebody who considers me to be shit skin and
Did you say stuff like that during the conversation?
No, because he wasn't able to. So what I did do is that I told him all those things. I described myself in those terms because that's how I've been described by people in the past and also in the press that I've seen. So I kept using these words about myself just to his face. We sat this far apart from each other. And every time I would use a word about myself, he would just squirm and be really uncomfortable. And then I just started laughing and going, "Look, and obviously this isn't the first time that you're hearing words like this. I'm assuming you use words like this, and if you don't, you can around yourself and you do. So why are you saying that?" And he just couldn't answer, but he was really uncomfortable. And I said, do you not want me to use language like that? And he's like, "No, I don't." And so, so part of that question that I had, is it possible to hate in up close and personal, and face to face? Obviously it wasn't possible for him. It is possible for many other people, but it wasn't possible for him.
What does that make you think?
Where is he?
That something else is possible. That also my
Okay.
judgments against people like him, my prejudices, and my kind of very flat caricature that I carry in my mind and my heart about many people or someone connects. So it says something about me as well. But and I asked him, I said, "Look, why, first of all, why have we sat here for 5 hours and just talked?" And he said, "Well, no one's really asked me the kind of questions that you asked me, and no one's really spoken to me about the sort of things that I've only learned in those questions, but I've never, come across something like you before." And he said, "Also, I acknowledge the fact that there's a sincerity in the worldview that you hold." He said, "I disagree with it. I disagree with the view that you feel, which is that you're and diverse and rich and beautiful and all of this. But," he said, "I respect that you sincerely feel that." And he said, "I also respect that you're an activist." He said, "Our worldview is completely different, but I respect your sincerity." And he said, "You believe in something." He said, whereas most of the people that I've spoken to don't believe in anything. They just want to come in here and get a few quotes and then let us off. And he said, "And you're sitting here trying to convince me that we can live together." Oh my God, of course we can live together. Can you imagine it? Can you see it? Can you feel it? So he said, I get that. I will, of course, continue to work against your worldview, but I respect it.
So, whilst you, in that moment, experienced an aspect of that man that was probably surprising to both of you, in that his prejudices couldn't survive, in your terms, human contact, which for me suggests that there is a deeper truth present in that man that abides by a code that isn't present in the sort of rhetoric of hatred. That's like very appealing to someone like me that believes in the possibility of positive change. What do you think ultimately the impact was? Say, for example, in that case, do you think there was a lasting impression? Do you think that man's perspective was ultimately changed? Do you think that he uses language that is invective or dark language that in the future he might have a chat with that woman?
I think.
I need a better graphics card.
Oh, he stayed with the old National Socialists.
He did. He did. So he stayed. We are in contact with each other still. And I'm going to continue giving him talk actually. About films, about sex,
about sex.
Well, so...
And films, obviously, I'm interested.
So, when he said, he went to Charlottesville, I went to Detroit, and then he was going to drive to Charlottesville, which is a 9-hour drive.
They've
So
just taken Delta
I
Sector.
was stuck with him in a car for about 9 hours, and he's, giving me all this, can I swear?
Yes.
Okay, so he's giving me his shit, his kind of...
Got the parachute out. Or not.
His talking points. Which is incredibly boring.
Right.
Right? You get that. I mean, we all know what Nazis believes. You know, it's just, I'm not interested. So you're giving me this...
Not for 9 hours
Not
of
for 9 hours.
supremacy.
That's too much supremacy. So I just started asking him about other stuff. Started asking him about his family, about, does he have children, does he all this other kind of stuff, and about sex. And
Well, how do you segue into that?
you just
sex
do.
with a
You just have
Nazi?
to. No, you just have to. And he was absolutely horrified. And he had one of his guys in the car as well, who was very, very offended.
What was it
Fine.
like monogamy, for example? He's saying, oh, do you believe in monogamy
He doesn't.
relationships? Or we,
No, he doesn't. Yeah, no, we did talk about that. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, anyways, we talked about that. Talked about, has he ever, thought about, like, black women? Has he ever, No, I completely had to.
well, how did that go?
Didn't go that well. That's okay, because I just wanted to break his kind of thing, his spiel, his.
Yeah, see if you can crack the matrix through more primal energies. Because however committed one is to sort of racism or any exclusive worldview, there are forces present in the anatomy of individuals.
That are beyond that.
Beyond and more powerful, I would say.
Exactly, and very much the case for him as well. And I asked him, several years later, I said, our last interview, and I said, look, I feel like I've been like an annoying sister to you, and pushing your buttons, and you've sort of allowed me to do that, and you've sort of put up with me. You've been actually really patient. How do you feel about that?
One quick
And he goes,
jab.
well, and I said, I'm calling you. I'm saying that, I've been like a sister to you.
U.S. forces now
How does
control
that feel?
Charlie
He's like,
sector.
oh, that's,
Stop the U.S. forces from conquering every sector.
and I said, okay, anything else? You want to, do you feel like that too? Do you feel like, an irritated brother? Nothing.
So you think he fancies you a little bit?
No. I think he does consider me to be an irritated sister. But I also recognize the fact that he can't really say that out loud. He can't say it on camera. But I absolutely get along with him. And I don't want to ruin his, and I realize this is a public thing. I don't want to ruin his kind of public...
His mystique as a Nazi.
Yeah, but
But you don't want to undermine his Nazi-ness. He don't want to undermine your woman of colour identity. The two of you protecting each other in this ridiculous tryst.
The thing is, I like him. He's actually
So when
a
you cut the
decent
film,
guy.
do you cut him to... Do you cut it to make him look good? Because I'd say that your editorial requirements are to be, honest, or to make a sort of sensational and interesting film?
No, so I have no requirements.
Well, all right then.
I just do
That worked.
what's important to me, and then ITV is who ends up taking the films. They sort of just take it for what it is. And in terms of the way that he was cut, because I've shown it to him, and I've done this with every film that I've done. I really show it to people after the fact to make sure that they feel that they've been represented accurately. And his comment was, he thinks it's too short.
Out of ammo.
Too long.
That car 9 hours banging
Yeah,
on
where did
about
that go?
mountain
No, and that
people.
wasn't even included in the film. Because there's only so much you can include. But anyway, but he and also a lot of the other guys that I met with did feel that they've been represented accurately, and that actually means a lot to me. Because regardless of the fact that I disagree with them and find their worldview and politics to be disgusting, it still doesn't mean that I need to respect their need to be represented fairly.
Yeah, your own integrity.
Exactly.
I can see
Exactly.
important.
And so he felt that was accomplished.
That's good.
Yeah.
What about if one lad say, oh, I don't want to be a Nazi anymore, you put me off it?
Yeah. So actually, yeah. One of them was really white family for.
Oh shit.
Brian Culpepper, as his name. When I was editing the film, he called me up and he said, "Look, I've decided to leave. I haven't been told commander, they say they have like a military hierarchy to their organization. He said, I haven't even told the commander she's yes.
Sounds more important when you say it's a commander. When you say it's Jeff,
I know.
Something you just send in a text.
Exactly. He said, you haven't even told him yet, but I wanted you to know, and this is what's happening. So I actually included that in the film. And he didn't leave because of our interactions completely, but it was part of his message. He was very clear about the fact that he was a
They have command the Foxtrot sector.
He witnessed me being treated very, very bad by some of the
what
people.
happened?
Well, one of the, a lot of very difficult encounters happened, but one of the things that he was present at, I remember we went to a compound in the mountains of Virginia. There were about 75 guys from different neo-Nazi groups.
Okay, let's go.
After Charlottesville, actually, and they were bruised and had a lot of weapons. Weapons that are kind of military-grade weapons. Very angry, very kind of riled up, very drunk. And I remember going there with Brian, and Brian said, "Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Damn it.
It's perfectly fine." I remember my colleague, it was just the two
Hey
of us
Lenny,
sitting
not too bad, thanks. How you doing?
Let's go down, let's have a look first. If it's fine,
Been a long
we'll
time.
take the camera and then it's fine. I was like, no, he says it's cool, it's okay. He's like, no, just trust me, just leave it. And we start
This
watching.
game's a little bit laggy because I'm streaming, but
And they start gathering.
it's usually
they start
alright.
shouting,
have you played the new Battlefield yet?
I can't say that. Okay. Who the fuck are you?
I do keep streaming late, mate. My sleep pattern was completely messed up. Whee! Yeah, we're doing some Max Payne and some new game called In Sound Mind. Oh, what the fuck's going on here? Okay, upside down. Oh, that's close. Get back on there. No. Right, looks like we're going down here.
US forces have taken all of Echo Sector.
Fucking hell, that was laggy. Jesus. Well, I've got it on low at the moment, and it's usually alright, but it's a little bit laggy because I'm streaming. I don't know what graphics card you got, but I do need to upgrade mine. Mine's only a 1050 Ti.
Look, this is what I'm doing. Here's the number for my mother. Here's the number for my brother. If anything happens to me, and if you don't hear from me every 2 days, then I'll just contact you and tell you. Brian noticed this, and also with his cousin, and he felt that we had things as well. Because I was respectful to him, he was always respectful to me, and we were in Charlottesville together. I was pepper sprayed by counter-protesters, which is bizarre,
Let's go run this dude over. He doesn't get killed beforehand.
Which, I've gone to so many
Let's get him, let's get him, let's get him.
We need to secure more sectors before the whole map falls.
That's ironic.
Isn't it?
After you've gone through all this trouble, it's the anti-fascists that end
That
up...
actually get you.
That'll do it.
And Brian,
Damn.
so when he called me, he said,
Oh, battery alone.
"Brian said to me," and he said,
What, as in,
I can no longer,
you got a MacBook or something?
doesn't make any sense.
Laptop.
And I said, "Why doesn't it make any sense?" And also, all these guys keep talking about a white ethnos. That's what they're going to establish. And in that white ethno state, and we talked about this a lot, that means
Come here, little bastard.
Objective secure. Charlie sector under control.
Yes, we have to. And so when he left, he said,
Come on. Oh, man.
reconcile.
Oh, you got a MacBook Air. Okay. Yeah, so it's probably not going to be enough power to give the correct Battlefield experience.
Short on resources.
You care about me, and he said,
It's a proper like massive tornado that happens in this weather system. It's really cool.
Like 100% of the Muslims he's met.
And he goes, you're the first one I've met, and now I'm interested in meeting more people who are different from me. He said, so I've decided to leave. And he said, and
Jesus.
I didn't like how you
fly straight,
And I
please.
also asked him, you know, would you deport me now? And he said, no, I can't. Well, why not? Because you're my friend.
Well, I can't do
So
it.
these experiences, dear, have in a way
There we go, there we go.
confirmed your intuitive belief that fascism or extremism will not withstand
Check out these guys.
contact. Yeah.
It will not. I mean, but I don't
You
want
feel
to.
it's kind of like an illusion. It's a temporal state. It's like
Whoa,
a virus
it's
in the
laggy.
mind. It's something that
It is
there
a
is an
virus.
antidote.
Good damn.
And that antidote is love and connection. Sounds like kind of hippie thing.
Interviews, Russell Brand and
and it does sound like a hippie thing, but this film proves that. I mean, another man in the film wears a
fuck, so many people there. Yeah, Russell Brand and what's her
and he's
name?
very angry, very aggressive. He has harassed his local mosque for
Dia
ages.
Khan. This is
And when
who
I
kind
filmed
of
with him,
like
he
talks
was
to
putting up,
bigots and
anti-Jewish,
different
flyers in
communities
his
and
neighborhood in Florida
terrorist
as
groups
well.
and stuff.
And you know, he's an ex-military guy who joined the military because he hates Muslims. basically.
So Russell Brand?
That was a great way of addressing that. And
Right,
we-
there
and-
are foreign policies that are somewhat in alignment with this hatred I'm feeling.
Exactly. So he felt that exactly that's how I can express. And we spent a lot of time together as well. And he ended up using the same word. You know, I consider you to be a friend. And he left. He's left.
We got someone with that grenade.
Diminishing them one by one. What do you think is
But
the
it's possible.
He's really good if you're into your socialism and whatnot.
The army. I kind of feel like it's brave to join the army. I can't
He's very
get beyond
progressive.
that. But national identity has certain ingredients which you are saying are exploitable.
It's exploitable, but also I think most of these men who have served return broken,
Right.
traumatized, and also feel that they've been betrayed by the country that they serve. They feel that they were sold a
Who?
lie.
Or
And
is
so
it
some
not?
of the men that I talked to are actually very, very anti-American.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Don't let me-
They're part of these kind of nationalist
Oh,
nationalist groups. It is really interesting. They would like to see the American flag go.
Damn it.
They would like to see the American system.
it's super laggy right now.
Because it is completely perpetuating a lie and asking for the lives of
See if I can
poor
close a
and
few things
working-class
down.
Americans
Yes.
for nothing true, nothing real, nothing meaningful in return. And also, you know, the military breaks you down and then, you know, rebuilds you.
Damn it.
And asks for your absolute
Um,
loyalty.
Remember
in
him taking the piss
return
out of it in
for
his
order,
slot, which was
in
amazing.
return
Yeah,
for
yeah.
certainty, in return
He does
for
loads of really good,
significance, in
like,
return for brotherhood and camaraderie
well,
and a
loads of
great
different
balance in life.
interviews.
So
He
when they leave all of that,
used to do the Trues, which was like True News.
and a lot of these groups, as I said earlier, the National Socialist Movement is actually structured
Yeah, it's
around
great.
a military hierarchy. So their group, for example, is attracting
His
a
new
lot
thing, I think it's
of
called, yeah, Under the
ex-military
Skin.
guys because they are able to satisfy a lot of those needs that these men are now searching for. You know, this
I wonder
sounds
if I
maybe a
can
little bit strange, but
turn
you
the
know,
graphics
even
down just a
how
little bit
lot
more,
of the press, when they talk about young Muslims
just to make it
returning from
a little bit
Syria, they
more,
keep talking about returnees and how
Yes.
dangerous they are.
Yes.
I've got it
And
all
they've
on
seen
low.
bad things, they've done bad things, and you know, so what does that mean? for
Future
when they
frame
come back?
rendering.
I completely understand a lot of those concerns, but at the same time, we have military guys who have also seen bad things, who've done
turn it
bad
off.
things,
Wow.
who are trained for you know certain
it off.
purpose, coming back
Won't
to the UK
do much.
with no real support, no economic infrastructure around them, no way of reintegrating them into society, no way of making their lives purposeful
Yeah,
and
so what you been up to?
productive in civilian life. Those returnees we don't speak about, and the danger of those returnees we don't speak
You hear about all the
And
whole
I'm not
Facebook
saying that
malarkey?
ex-military men are inherently dangerous, but what makes them dangerous
What's her name? Laura
is
Hua?
their sense of alienation, their
Working on
anger,
getting
and
school
their
done.
resentment at their
Good.
own government, that these extremist groups are preying on and are
What?
actively
What's up?
recruiting
We've just started a new year then, I'm
and
guessing.
using for training for this ultimate upcoming.
Yeah, seems nice and
Oh,
smooth
the
at the
other
moment.
race war.
Exactly.
There's an
But they think
upcoming
it's-
race war, is
exactly.
there?
I think it's when there's just
Oh, great.
loads
Yeah,
of
didn't
large
you get
groups.
the memo?
Fucking hell,
Some
what the
sports
shit?
day. I mean, I don't know how I'm going to cope with a race war. Now, like, but you have not focused
Ah.
your ire and insatiable lust for death
alright, it's
threats
fine.
solely on the white supremacist community. You also have examined jihadists and extremists
Three.
from...
Ah, fuck!
So, can I
Nailed
ask
it.
you a bit? Look, like, in the UK at the moment, it seems perhaps the apex...
Oh, Facebook. There's a whistleblower that came out saying how Facebook purposely uses algorithms to cause division and hate and stuff. And it's also like has data on how it affects children and how it negatively impacts them, and how it doesn't disclose any of the information or any of its reports.
Grooming gangs.
Pretty messed up.
On that?
My opinion on that is that these are real.
Fucking Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg. What a cock meat sandwich.
When a lot of different people from all kinds of different parts of the world.
Yeah, just took it all on my own.
On this island.
What a good soldier I am.
That work is really, really hard, and there are ugly sides of that, and there are really beautiful sides of that. And grooming gangs, for example, is one example of ugliness of that. And also how the girls who were working class, who were completely ignored and not believed.
Oh, doesn't work.
But what I think about this is the fact that the extreme right is pouncing on these issues. I think is
Damn it.
really telling
We're flying out of
the
that
rest of us
vehicle.
are not really taking up these issues and having these incredibly uncomfortable conversations of what it means to live together, of what it
Help
means
me.
to have these various complex and unpleasant
Yeah, that's quite a tumble you took there, mate.
within our communities. So I think if we are not open and honest about the fact that plural, diverse, multicultural societies have their dark side as well, right? There
There's
are
loads of
really
stuff going on at the
different
moment.
You know, honor killings do happen, so-called honor killings, whatever you want to call it. You know, forced marriages, you know, female genital mutilation does happen. Grooming gangs do exist.
Let's go.
A lot of this does actually happen.
move on
Our
out from here.
unwillingness on the left, and I consider myself to be a part of the left, our unwillingness to want to confront that and want to look at that leaves the playing field open for the extreme right to manipulate and to make use of those stories for their political gain.
So how would you suggest that the people that don't belong to the extreme right approach specifically
Just be
that
honest.
issue?
Be honest and admit that it's happening. But the thing is, our intentions on the left are, we actually want to make this work. But I think the mistake that the left often makes is that the left often looks at minority communities as only victims, as only victimized. And we're so afraid of racism. We think, well, because this great big evil of racism exists, means that there is no oppression, and even if there is oppression, let's just sort of pretend like it's not there, that exists within minority communities.
Oh.
You know, I mean, the thing is, minority communities are no different
Bit of a
than
snipe.
than the majority population. There are beautiful people, there are incredibly difficult, violent, horrible people that exist in any
Push the Russians
community.
out, but they
So
will
in a way, I
counterattack.
find that sort of a racist view as well.
Yeah.
This kind of, you know, view of, well, no, you're just sort of pathetic victims of your own sort of cultures and your own sort of thing. You can't really help it, can you? You brown black people, right? So I find that on the left, and then on the right, the intention, however, is to use these issues that are really unpleasant as a way to divide us. So we have to take those conversations back, and we have to be open and honest about these conversations because we want to live together.
Dear.
Sorry.
Do you think that
Coffee. I should have given you coffee.
that's part of the problem? Dia, do you think that the liberal progressive ideology, the liberal progressive mainstream, have failed in addressing these issues partly because there is no solid intention to create a fairer society, that in fact it's a kind of insipid movement in the main? I'm not talking about, you know, individuals that are sort of activists, you know, directly involved in social justice or whatever less tainted term you would use, but I feel that for the last 20 or 30 years working class people, you know, regardless of colour.
Oh, where are you?
Seems that the rise of ethno.
Usually waiting in this little gap here.
White people, perhaps in particular, have felt left behind and let down by the parties that were established to support their rights.
Fuck.
In this country, the Democrats in America, and the same way as the neglect or unwillingness to address sort of extreme, unpleasant criminal abuse issues
Help me.
gangs has led to that territory.
Who's going to die before helping me, aren't you? Come on.
The right, a failure to address the economic needs of the majority of people, the very people who lay down their lives or whose families laid down their lives to establish these nation states, who were required economically, since the Industrial Revolution, are no longer required and are now being discarded. You know, does a lot of the blame for the rise of the right lay in the hands of progressive people? It does, huh?
I'm really sorry to say I think so, because I think if we hadn't let down our sort of natural constituency, which you know is the working class, which is the poor, which is, you know, the disenfranchised, the people, you know, on the margins, the people who are struggling to kind of hang on to a dignified life. I feel like we've handed those people over to the Trump system. We've handed those people over to the Nigel Farages of the world. And I think that's us.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Gonna go and do some laundry, be back 15. Yeah, no worries, mate, all good.
I think is actually disgusting, and I think it's counterproductive. I think, again, I think the economic, social and political grievances that a lot of people have within the poor and the working class communities, both in this country and also in America, are absolutely legitimate. And I think the fears and insecurities and the growing inequalities that are absolutely...
Look at his mic.
I think, you know, we on the left and on the progressive
Why is his
side
mic made out of
are
rubber?
not addressing.
And his clothes.
Globalization, the way our economic systems are structured
Sit in the back.
are detrimental
Russians
to a
at
lot of
Sector
people, but
Echo.
only benefiting a very, very tiny group of people in our societies. And unfortunately,
Look.
you know, groups like this are completely, they're feeling...
Son of a bitch.
Their sense of alienation and grievance is absolutely, and vulnerability and insecurity is absolutely legitimate, but the way that they're choosing to sort of express those grievances and to make an other and place all the blame on Muslims, on immigrants, and on all these other people, as opposed to a system that is absolutely underpinning those inequalities.
What the fuck?
I think it's a great shame.
So
And that's our, I think, failure.
So what you would agree that the feelings are legitimate, but the targets are erroneous.
Yeah.
Now-
And this is the conversation going back to good old Jeff. This
Good
is
old
good old Jeff. The
commander.
The conversation.
Got him.
Can you see that the immigrant man or the Muslim man
Fucking hell, lag.
is your enemy? Can you understand that he's actually
Jeez Louise.
do you understand that the low wages, that the terrible working
Sector Delta
conditions,
has been
that the lack
secured.
of rights, workers' rights, the lack of a dignified or the prospect of a dignified life, he is robbed of just as much as you. The fault doesn't lie with that man. The fault
Huh?
lies with another white guy, with a symbol of another white guy. which
Oh,
is
for goodness
white.
sake.
Do you have more in common with that man?
I'm not Jeff. You
Then-
don't have to
then- no,
convince
no,
me.
no, no.
I'm a
Then-
nice
then-
lad from
Doing
Essex.
their best to make
You
us
know,
cost.
and he agreed.
How could he not? Now, Dia, what do you think it's a coincidence that the potentially the most mobile and potentially aggressive aspects of our domestic community, you could say sort of like far-right extremists or white nationalists, white working class movements, and Muslim communities and that sort of the young men, at the beginning of our conversation we talked about how sort of young Muslim men are attracted to sort of violent groups that are like violent groups, and white working class men are attracted to white violent groups. Do you think it's a coincidence that these two groups have very similar feelings, very similar grievances, are behaving in similar ways, find that their anger and rage is directed at one another when you just said that the systems that underwrite the problem actually benefits from that polarity and sort of tribal adversity?
think on the surface it seems like these groups are opposed to each other, but the reality is, as much as that there is this sort of co-radicalization between groups like that, I think their real enemy is actually not each other. Their enemy on both sides is actually people who want to get along, people who want to live together, people who want to actually make this work. I think that's the real enemy. And that's why you're seeing people like Will Targeted, people, you know, people who are trying to articulate and also trying to sort of practice the fact that we are in this together. We don't have a choice but to make this work.
They've taken
This
Sector
all
Echo.
belongs to all of us, the good and the bad, and we have to sort of figure out a way to make that work. I think those
alright, we'll be all the way around it.
ISIS,
All the way over here.
have this, you know,
Oh, wait, tank.
article talking about the grey zone, how the grey zone is sort of there, absent. The grey zone is the in between. They need Trump. That's a fantastic recruitment tool for them, and vice versa, right? But when Brian Culpepper or Ken Parker meets a Muslim who looks like me, who behaves in the way that I behave with these guys, you know, with empathy and with a willingness to listen and a willingness to really understand, that breaks with all the stories that they've been telling themselves of the other, of we are on opposite ends of a spectrum, this is a clash of civilizations, and actually really it isn't. So they need each other. They're mutually beneficial for each other. Their movements depend on each other, but the actual target, therefore, is actually not each other.
Okay.
It's us.
That didn't even hit.
Which is why we must resist.
The extremists on so the extremists are on in the Islamic world are evident and obvious. The extremists in ethno-nationalism, we know them by their talks and marches. But for me, I'm interested in power and where power lies and who benefits from the situation staying as it is. And as you just said, you know, like the sort of extreme Muslim groups need Trump, and Trump needs extreme Muslim groups. They benefit one another. But we live in a time where sort of a lot, like where sort of I feel that power is concealed, and that a political situation that is becoming more polarised suits the powerful, which means that they can continue to operate unimpeded. Can you envisage through the films that you've made, through the kind of work that you do, that sort of seemingly ingrained prejudices that can be challenged, undone? You've seen it happen on an individual basis. Do you think it can happen more broadly?
So, I mean, I think if all films prove anything, and mind you, this is not necessarily a view that I had before I started the films. I was actually quite pessimistic when I started the films. I thought that, you know, it's people like Alexander Gangsters and
Got him. Whee!
populations are like that, and let's just move along and concentrate on the rest. In the process of making the films, I've come to realize that human connection is absolutely necessary, and that hope is
That was a headshot, surely.
possible. And I mean, this word hope is very important. I think it's something that I always look for in all the films that I make. I'm not interested in just telling horror stories. I'm not interested in only shining a light on the problems that we have. I also want to look at potential for solutions and sort of where hope resides. Hope to me is power. And the reason I say that hope is power is any time any system or any leader or tyrant or abuser wants to break us as individuals.
Ah, damn it. That would have been good.
The thing that they want to do really is hope. Because once you rob a person or a people of hope, then any kind of desire to resist, any kind of desire to change things and to dream of something else goes away. So therefore, to me, hope is power. Hope, therefore, is an act of defiance. Hope is an act of resistance. And I've seen it up close and personal. With human connection, I do see these glimmers of hope in a lot of those people. that something else is possible if we are willing to engage with each other. It's very easy to condemn people like this, whether it be, you know, the Muslims
What's this?
or the, you know, ethno-nationalists. It's very easy to sort of pat ourselves on the back and feel very self-righteous about excluding people like that and patting ourselves on the back for having really right feelings and having
Fuck!
politics. But
Damn.
these groups thrive on accepting people are broken.
Nah, no one's coming back to save me.
Who are messed up, who are
Sector
making
Charlie in
mistakes,
enemy hands.
who are looking for something. And so I feel that we can't fall into that trap of excluding. I think we have to become more accepting of people and be willing to build human connections. And yes, it's on an individual basis, but we all can do influence, and it does matter. It really does matter. The tiniest acts of kindness mean something to people.
So in the end, what you refer to are kind of spiritual principles, or that would more latterly be termed humanistic principles, etc. What is your own relationship with Islam? Is it you identify as a Muslim woman? What do you mean by that? And can you perhaps explain to me your perspective on terms like moderate Muslim, extreme Muslim? Like, who sets where these lines are drawn between moderate and extreme?
I don't know who sets the lines. I mean, at the moment it seems like, you know, the media. There is tremendous amount of diversity that exists within the Islamic faith.
1.5 billion.
Yeah, even a bit more than that. And it's you know, it's Islam, the way that it is practiced, the way that it is manifests itself in our day-to-day life, the way it's lived and experienced, is as diverse as there are Muslims. Right? So there is no one way.
What the fuck?
Or people who don't know Muslims very well, the trap that I see, you know, walking into time and time again is the trap that extremists try to set as well, which is to try and say that there is only one Islam, there is only one way of expressing your religiosity or your spirituality. And it is bound by these very, very rigid, very, very harsh lines. And the reality is, your average Muslim doesn't fall into any of that. So you know, it's, people have said to me that the jihadis, and you're just trying to excuse jihadis, you're just trying to, you know, normalize their violence and their viciousness and their this, that, and the other. And I keep saying to people, why are you only looking at the emotional and the psychological and why aren't you addressing the fact that actually the problem is Islam? It's nothing else. It's just Islam. And my answer to that is that Islam is the only problem. There's 1.56 billion Muslims walking around this planet. If the only qualification you need to have to be a terrorist is to be Muslim, none of us would survive. We'd all be dead by now because we'd all be blown up.
Do you think that there's an attempt to establish a kind of idea of what Islam could be, even in the eyes of people that wouldn't present themselves as being radical or particularly prejudiced, i.e. you are a good version, you're not wearing a scarf, you're not being particularly sort of, you know, you're not talking in Arabic, you know, like, so, you know, like even for moderate people, whereas like then as it creeps along this presumed scale, you get people that wear sort of a religious dress, and then at the far end there's people like in your documentaries that are saying burn the atheists. You know, like this scale, is this a real scale? Is it helpful? So speak to me, why do you dress in Western clothes, and do you and what can we read into men and women who do choose to wear religious dress as a marker of, I don't know, do you think that's something we can use to test, visual test?
I don't think so. I think it's a bit frustrating. It's frustrating that the marker of someone's spirituality or kind of inner life is judged by a piece of cloth or the length of your beard. You know, you wear a beard, you know. So it's you know, I think the diversity that exists amongst Muslim people is vast, and I think to try to pigeonhole it or to try to simplify it and to try to flatten it into one thing or one spectrum, I think does a disservice to Muslims, and it does a disservice to the people who are looking at Muslims. I mean, I think what we need is, just like white people or non-Muslims are wonderful and horrible in their entire spectrum of what it means to be a human being, Muslims are just like that. Whether you wear a scarf or you don't, whether you're a Hasidic Jew or you're a whatever, you're or whoever all these other people are. It's why we're not allowing Muslims to have this incredible wide spectrum of what it means to be.
Do you think me saying to you, why don't you wear a scarf, is the same as you saying to me, why don't you wear a suit? Is it a question that should be no more loaded than that? And why am I not choosing to wear the uniform of a...
I think it's loaded in the sense that if you think, or if other people think that because I'm a Muslim woman I need to be wearing a scarf, that means that the fundamentalists and the extremists have actually gained more ground than people like me and the vast majority of Muslims, because it means that they're getting to set the premise, they're getting to set the definitions, they are getting more airtime than people like the rest of us.
Yeah.
They're getting to define what those boxes and those categories are.
That is a trend in media,
It
that
really
the
is.
extremes do get
They do.
more airtime because it's more interesting, it's more
It
dramatic,
is.
and media requires drama. But do you think that that in general British Muslims don't care whether or not
Russian
women
territory everywhere.
have to wear religious
How to
dress?
retake.
In
The
general?
majority don't. The majority actually don't. I mean, I mean, I come from one family. I'm just only my father's family. He's incredibly acceptable, incredibly liberal, bit of a hippie, a bit weird. Then his father was one of the most religious people in Norway. He helped build several of the mosques there. My father, there were protests when the Rushdie affair happened. My grandfather was in the protest that burned the book, that were anti-Rushdie. And then my father was in the tiny march that was in favor of people getting to say whatever they want to say, whether they agree with Rushdie or not, but that freedom of expression. So just in one family, that spectrum of diversity exists. So if we
Did
make
that
it,
cause problems for them? That
No.
disagreement, they just when they got home, they
No.
travelled to the march together. You go to your bit, I go to my bit.
no, but look, it's what I don't understand is why Muslims are being made into something special or something different from the rest of the population. You have Americans who are Democrats, and in the same family you might have an uncle or a grandmother or a mother who voted for Trump. Similarly in England, you've got incredibly progressive, very, very liberal British people, and then some of their family members voted for Brexit. So why that is so weird when it comes to Muslims, it doesn't make any sense. We have to allow Muslims the same spectrum of what it means to be a human being and what it means to have a variety of political and social and religious manifestations.
Thank you for explaining that. Well, James Baldwin would say, of course, that the sort of the dominant culture needs to establish a sort of a shadow identity in order to designate their own unconscious flaws. So in the case of James Baldwin, he's talking about the creation of a capitalist Negro in order that the white population would have a repository for their own inverted commas darkness, ugliness, toil, sexuality, and if you look at the characterization of the other, frequently those traits are the ones that are attributed to it. So I would say, I mean, as a white English person, that it seems that there is a necessity to create and decorate the other in order to maintain a degree of, if not stability, manageability within the sort of your core population. And I think the problems we're experiencing now is the last 20 or 30 years, the neoliberal project abandoned the economic issues in favour of a superficial, in my opinion, somewhat superficial identity politics. I'm sure I feel superficial if you've been granted, the right to get married if you previously didn't have that right, or what other, not being dismissive of civil rights, which is a huge important issue, but the abandonment of an economic underclass, I think, is unforgivable. Has led to the conditions of the current.
It is unforgivable. It is absolutely ugly, and it is why we're seeing this wave of populism wash across Europe, wash across America. And I think absolutely there is truth to what you're saying, and what James Baldwin said as well, which is there is this need. If we as a society and we as individuals are unwilling to look at and confront our own darkness, which is hard. You know, it's
Yeah, I think I've got that last kill.
to accept your own flaws and to look at your own ugliness and to really grapple with that, and also to forgive yourself for that. Right? It's hard, but so it's much easier to take all of that and bundle it and sort of push it onto somebody else and say, well, actually, no, you're like that. I'm not like that. I'm glorious. I'm fine. I'm this. I'm that. I'm disenfranchised. I'm alienated. But really, all the ugliness, that's your bag. I designate that to you. So it's expedient. It's politically convenient. I think it is also emotionally easier to do that rather than to look at yourself. But I think we're doing that with, Muslims are kind of the latest, boogeyman. I mean, that's just the latest villain and enemy that we've crafted, and tomorrow it'll be something else. In the past, it was the Russians.
Yes, on a geopolitical level, you're quite right that the Cold War was sort of a necessary form of control and evidently a political reality for sort of 30 years.
But it's false, though.
In a sense, but the sort of, in a way, the cultural collision between the Christian world and the Islamic world there's some like real history of conquest.
There is, but the reality was destruction. The reality was bloodshed. The reality, but also beauty. The cultures came together. Yeah. Of course, there's a conflict, but very often there's also a merger of ideas, a merger of and progress that is I think where we stand right now, I keep saying this, we have to find a way to live together.
Friendly forces
And I
targeting
think
Alpha 1.
despite all of these dynamics, it's about, our politicians keep using words like integration, what's the other thing that they all keep saying, assimilation, like all this kind of
We
stuff.
need to
To
secure
me,
more sectors
all of this
before the
comes
whole
down
map
to human
falls.
relationships.
Yeah, it does. It does ultimately. Everything's passing through the psyche of individual human beings. That's quite true. Now, but if we are to live together, my sense is, I'm just making this up as I go along, that the extremists aren't going to be the problem. It's the
rest of us.
that's going to be the challenge.
Yes, and I think because our political leadership has been impotent when it comes to articulating a vision of the future that includes all of us, where we are willing to confront the economic, the political, the social alienation that so many people face, and also the answers and the solutions to some of that. You look at austerity policies, which has been absolutely devastating to the vast majority of people in this country, immigrant or white or whatever. So I think because they've been so terrible at figuring out how we do this, I think it's down to the rest of us. The truth is, it's difficult to have relationships. It's difficult to have relationships with people that you like, and people that you want to be in a relationship with. Even that's difficult. So, but the difference is, and on a societal level, we've all been sort of thrust together and expected to figure out how to do this. There's no support, there's no conversation, there's nothing there. I've got to help us figure this out. We have huge populations of people thrust into rural towns and various places and integrate. Why don't you figure it out? If you're a brown person, you're not being English enough, you're not learning the language enough, you're not this, you're not that. If you're a white working class person, oh my God, you're just a racist, you don't like these refugees. But the reality is, we have to, there's been, no one's articulated. We're in this relationship together, and we're going to have to commit to each other, because that's the difference. In relationships that you have in your personal life, you've made a commitment to make it work, even when it's hard, even when it's inconvenient, even when it is unpleasant. You've made a commitment to make it work. But on a larger scale, you've not made a commitment to each other, between different communities, to make it work. So we have to.
You're quite right, I agree with you. But I wonder sometimes if it's because we're being asked to make commitments on a scale that's impossible for human beings. I mean this anthropologically. If it is challenging for a group of 75 people to organise their resources fairly, how can groups of 60 million or 300 million organise their resources fairly? When we talk about this ideal of yours, which only a fool to disagree with, of us coming together, living together harmoniously, when I think about what the obstacles are, I less and less think, it's people with torches and flags ranting on the periphery, and more the genuine powers at the heart of our culture, which are imperial, economic, capitalist powers who require, as we've touched upon numerous times throughout our conversation, polarity of ordinary people regardless of background or colour in order to maintain their own power structures. So, in a sense, my sort of giddy, personal, radical, wet dream is to somehow unify radical Muslim extremists, ethno-nationalists, and to recalibrate and refocus their attention on the truly powerful. When I have conversations, and I'm I'm going to be having conversations from people like with more extreme nationalist views. Yeah. Like the kind of conversations that I'm gonna find myself having, and I'd like I'm asking you this more for research than anything else. When they say no, it is like Asian grooming gangs is particular to Islam. This is especially and particularly a Muslim problem. How will I counter that argument? I mean, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is, there's paedophiles everywhere, and there's paedophile gangs in throughout the aristocracy, in the media. That's the first thing I'm going to say.
Well,
is there anything else?
Well, you don't even have to go that far. You don't even have to go to the aristocracy. You can just look at the English defense.
Well, fuck it.
Has had several. I mean, even
lasted long.
As recent as a couple of weeks ago, a man was convicted, I think, for 17 years or something like that, in the kind of higher realms of the EDL, for having abused, I think, a 9 or a 10-year-old girl for a really, really long time. So to me, I mean, this is kind of a different conversation. Misogyny, and when it comes to the abuse of women and male abuse of power and male violence, is something that is not the monopoly of Muslim men. That's not to say that Muslim men are free of that and we should excuse and pardon that and they're just victims of the system or anything like that. They're absolutely responsible for that. But misogyny is something that is absolutely prevalent throughout our societies. I come from Norway. Even in Norway, when it comes to violence against women, it is excruciatingly high when it comes to that, and it comes to women who are losing their lives at the hands of their white partners. So if you can point me to a country where violence against women and children doesn't exist, I'd be very happy to plant a flag and clap and say, look, here's the example. These people have managed to really get rid of it. It is something that is endemic, absolutely endemic. It doesn't excuse that Muslim men or men of color are engaging in it, but it's something that Brian Culpepper, again, the neo-Nazi in America who's now left, he kept looking at me saying, grooming gangs, and I wanted to tear my hair out and his for saying that, because I kept
Presumably he was a skinhead.
No, actually he hadn't shaved his head, I don't know why. But he kept going on about this, and he kept going, look at you English people, and you're doing this, and you're letting these Muslims getting away with this, and blah, blah, blah. And I kept going, look, if you care about Muslim women or women's rights as much as you claim to, there are thousands of women in America that are being destroyed and exterminated by white American or any kind of men in your country. Why are you so obsessive about the Muslim men? If you cared about women's rights, you would be dealing with women's rights and violence against women on the wider spectrum, the entire spectrum. I work personally on violence against women and on women's rights issues in the rest of my life. That's a huge issue. To me, I work against any man, any group that is inflicting violence on women and children. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're Jewish. I don't care if you're a Catholic priest. You need to be held to account. And the woman and the child who is on the receiving end of it, their rights need to be absolutely protected, and their voices need to be absolutely believed. So I don't make a distinction. Why do you only care when the perpetrator is the other man? And similarly, you see in the Muslim side of things as well, you'll see a lot of Muslim men who will be saying, look at white American soldiers who are raping our women in Afghanistan, who are raping our women in Iraq. And you sort of go, when rape happens by a white man, you suddenly are a women's rights activist.
I understand.
Suddenly you care.
I understand. So it's sort of like a confirmation bias on either
Convenient,
side,
yeah.
a convenient way of validating existing prejudice by pointing to truly horrific transgressions and using them to bolster a pre-existing ideology of hatred. So,
Well, somehow your violence is okay because the other guy does it too.
but yes, or that their violence is worse. And also at an international level, types of violence are considered necessary, types of violence are considered rational, expedient, whereas other types of violence are wacky, religious, crazy.
Just depends on which side of the equation you're on. Yes.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah. I believe in love.
Mm.
Yeah.
Does it
So
have-
so I use the word love even more than I use the word God.
Why?
Because to me that's what it actually means.
'cause it means a kind of a unity of purpose and a
Yeah.
sort of benevolent oneness.
Yeah.
How do you think that these ideas can be popularized? And do you think that these ideas can be politicized and potent?
They are. They already are. And how do you popularize it? I think the fact that somebody like you does this, and I think that somebody like you, I say this to you when I'm working as well, and you don't have to do this. You can very comfortably
Hostiles have assumed control of Echo Sector.
and be, comfortable dealing
American
with your
troops
own
occupying
kind of,
most of the net.
spirituality and your own practice, and that's fine. And your way of accomplishing change in the world is just by you yourself appearing in the world in the kind of best sort of manifestation of yourself as you can, and that in itself is changing the world. Right? But you're choosing to go beyond that. You're choosing to speak about issues that are difficult to speak about. You're choosing to engage with people who are difficult to engage with. You're choosing to ask questions that are uncomfortable and unpleasant, but necessary. So I think how we move the conversation forward is everyone doing their version of that, if they can. At the same time, I don't believe that we should sort of pressurize people or make people feel guilty or burdened by, you have to do this, otherwise we're all screwed. It's people contribute in the way that they can contribute. And if you just smile to a person, if you don't clutch on to your purse when a young Somali boy walks onto the bus, and instead look at him and actually acknowledge him and smile, that in itself is you've changed the dynamic in the world a little bit. So I think people underestimate the individual responsibility.
Gotcha.
Acts of kindness.
No peeking.
Do you not
They
think
do.
Well, partly I would say that we live in a time that places so
They've
much
captured all of
responsibility.
Charlie
Thanks for those
Sector.
lovely things you said about me, by the way. That replaces too much responsibility on the individual. That we are told that, I guess we are given these roles in life as consumers. We're operating within quite narrow parameters. I think what you said about hope is very important. A lot of people just don't believe that change is possible. And when I think about why I continue to engage in conversation, I have and what we were talking about prior to our recorded conversation, I have, as you clearly do, a belief in the optimum, that there is an ulterior reality that's trying to realise itself through the consciousness of human beings, that's inviting us to overcome our personal darkness and to build systems and connections based on the beautiful aspects of our nature as opposed to the darker aspects of our nature. When we are culturally encouraged to focus on ourselves and our competitiveness and our darkness, our lust and our fear, we live in a culture that promotes these values. So you are right, in a sense we have to discard the way that you did when I was asking you about didn't really kind of answer I wanted, sort of like, oh, why don't you wear a scarf or a gab or that kind of thing. Still would like a bit of a clearer answer about that.
Because it's not necessary. The fact that you think that that is something that I should, or that that's something that might be an obligation.
Do you even care about it? Do you care if women do or don't?
No, of course
It's
not.
irrelevant
No,
to you.
of course not. I mean, I run a magazine, where we are constantly I mean, it's set up with the purpose of showing the wide variety of Muslim experiences and Muslim women's experiences that exist in the world. And in that, we are publishing articles of women who are not just, wear hijabs, but also wear niqabs, and, women who write things that I personally disagree with. But that's the whole point. You have to allow people the full expression of what it means to be to that person. And if that means having your hair out, that means having whatever type of politics, it means loving whoever that you want to love, that means all of it. It doesn't matter. Our job is to, or my job, I feel, in whatever kind of ways that I can, is to try and support people, to facilitate an environment where people can flourish and be themselves as fully as possible, regardless of what happens, and regardless of whether I approve it, whether I think it's right or not. And also ask for that same criticism for myself. It's why I have to qualify myself as a Muslim, through having to wear a hijab or having to look like this or hold this belief or that belief is sort of irrelevant. I am what I am, and similarly it's complex. People are complicated. We have to allow for complexity. Why do we have to fit them into these nice, neat boxes just for our own satisfaction? I had all these opinions about very neat little boxes of, they're just this, they're just that, they're just this, or shouldn't they just this, and they don't. People have many layers to them, and to only define them by their visual or their any kind of superficial symbols, I think is reducing somebody's humanity. All the work that I do is actually about recognizing ourselves in each other. It is to try and locate the humanity in someone else, not so much to find their humanity, but it's actually in an attempt to hold on to my own.
Oh wow.
And it's and that's important. And I've said this many times, and people kind of roll their eyes at this, but I refuse.
I need a vehicle deployed at
As
my
a woman of
location.
color, as the long laundry list of things that I consider myself to be, I know what it feels like to be stereotyped. I know what it feels like to be dehumanized. And because of that, I refuse to do that to somebody else, even if that means a Nazi. Because
Gotcha.
if I am willing to dehumanize somebody else, then there's no difference left. And that's what I'm kind of working against, is this kind of simplification of people, this kind of caricature of people for my convenience. It's not supposed to be convenient. It's supposed to just be messy.
Oh,
complicated.
almost made that.
And that's the battle, isn't it? The whole challenge, the whole thing is about recognizing that I can see myself in you and vice versa, and there's something in that. And once we can recognize that, it becomes harder for me to harm you and to hurt you, or to exercise violence against you. And this is why, on a bigger level, why our politicians encourage us to dehumanize each other is so that violence becomes possible. It is so that we can strip each other of our rights. It is so that we can become reduced just to a consumer or just to a voter. We're not just anything. We're not just a hijab. We're not just a woman. We're just a famous guy who's trying to do a podcast. There's more to you than that. There's more to me than that. There's more to the Nazis than that. There's more to the jihadis than that. So the more we can get underneath all the noise and the kind of static to the real heart, to the real the heartbeat of it, the closer we get to solutions. And it's we can't afford to give up on each other, is how I feel. We're all in this together. And I think if we give up on each other, then we're also giving up on ourselves. And I think then we're handing over. You say about power, you're about power, you're about power. You too. If we do that, then we're handing over. and I refuse to do that. I do a lot of work with women's rights activists all around the world, and in particular with women from this country.
Yeah, not going too well. The lag's a little bit crazy. I don't know how to turn down the stream quality so that I can play it a bit more smoothly, but
amongst a lot of these women who I consider to be my mentors,
it's alright,
consider to be my complete inspiration, is even in the darkest environments, they're able to hold on to light. They're able to hold on to resistance. They're able to smile. They're able to love. They're able to love. They're able to just do politics times 10. And I asked one of them, Hina Jalani is her name, and I remember asking her, you know, why are you hopeful? And why are you such an optimist? And she said,
how do I change that result? D1, D2.
Luxury of pessimism. And I think that's true. And to me, if women like that, in circumstances that seem impossible, and that seem completely stacked against them, their humanity, and they're constantly, some of the women that I work with, are working to bring their boys back from ISIS, from various militias, to try and reintegrate them back into life, and realize that jihad is not about spilling blood, it's about giving blood at a hospital. If women like this exist when they've got everything against them, then, because I asked you this, why do you do the things that you do? The reason I do it is I was lucky enough to be born in a country like lucky enough to be I could have been born in, I could have been born in Afghanistan. And I think with all the privilege that I have and all the advantages that I have here, surely it's part of my responsibility to do something useful with that. Otherwise, what good is it if it's just if only I get to breathe, and I get to breathe, and I get to do what I want to do. What good is it if the woman next to me is bleeding?
American forces will take every sector.
So, privilege you, good round.
Whoa! Double kill, nice, nailed it.
Duty.
It's a responsibility. You have to do something about it.
Have you any thoughts about how men and women can relate to one another more positively in this time that seems to be seeing bifurcation and polarity?
I think masculinity has to be reimagined. I think what it means to be a man, the fact that the associations to that has become about dominance and violence and power. The fact that men, some men anyway, seek their sense of self through those things. I think we have to reimagine masculinity. I think we have to liberate men from very, very tight, incredibly narrow boxes that they get to operate within. And I think we have to
Oh fuck!
men to feel things.
Oh my god!
And to articulate their feelings and to say, and this is why I appreciate what you do, because again, you being in the position that you are, and you being as open and willing to be and willing to admit that I did this, you did
Oh
this.
shit!
You know, I think it's so important for young men to see, because I think we constantly talk about women being the receiving end of toxic masculinity, but I think toxic masculinity is also killing men. So I think we need to liberate men from that as well. So how do we do that? Is I think we have to speak about it as much as possible, and we have to make young men understand that the liberation of women is not, and feminism is not just about women. It's actually about equalizing this.
Every second we hold our
Yes,
sectors, American forces
liberation
pay the
for
price.
men from the
Inner and outer,
prescriptive
yes.
roles that they
Yeah.
have been granted, which ultimately I would
We've got
say
most of
are
the points
roles
apart from
prescribed
Big
by
Ol'
the
Rocket
government.
site.
But
Exactly.
bloody hell, you. And so, like, we
And
were
the
meant
two
I think
corner
this has gone
ones.
on for substantially
Has
longer
it?
than so often, and I don't trouble you with this kind of detail. People would hold up like a thing saying like, oh, it's
5
80
minutes.
minutes, it's 90 minutes now, and it continues. But I think you've done such incredible work already, and I'm fascinated to see the work that you will continue to do. And I hope be of some help to you.
Does it make sense what I'm saying?
No, I think you might be mentally ill. Now, no, of course it makes sense what you're saying. I think
But do you believe that it's doable? Do you believe that what I'm saying, that on an individual level, is how we start? And building solidarity between people.
Yes, dear.
Whee, that'll do it.
Has to be non-judgment while being personally discerning.
Cheers, guys. Nice try.
I also believe that we have to have a relationship with the transcendent, which you seem to understand. That I think that perhaps the primary problem is we define ourselves by outward and material ideals. I think that if we can start to challenge them, we can start to break down identity and reform identity. I'm not talking about some sort of post-modern nightmare where no one knows what England is anymore. No. I'm saying, as you suggested in your very first controversial, inciting interview, that we have to reimagine states that includes all of us, the best version of all of us. And I think it's this
Got him. That felt good, that one.
That is an important factor that we need to reignite, re-endow, encourage people once more to believe in a new vision. One thing I did want to pick you up on was when you spoke about politicians and their visions, you sort of spoke of it in the abstract, and in fact your body language was you placed it over there somewhere. And I think that possibly the responsibility lies with us, that the time for abstract leadership, particularly within bodies that, as we now know, operate primarily at the behest of corporate interests. Excluding one or two.
I think the extremes are actually reacting to exactly what you're saying. I think the extreme, all these kind of convulsions that we're seeing on the fringes of our societies is an actual reaction to the fact that we've been reduced down to consumers, we've been reduced down to all these incredibly dehumanizing labels. And I think their attempts are actually noble, and I kind of, it's a bit uncomfortable for me to even say this or feel this, but I think some of their intentions are actually noble.
That they're fighting, even extremists.
Well, yeah, and in the, that their intentions are actually about love, believe it or not. It's actually not hate that drives them. I know we keep talking about hate when we're speaking about people like that. It's actually love and loyalty for each other and for a future that they believe is better. They don't want to. They are kind of the collateral damage of globalization, of kind of this consumer, hyper, extreme capitalist system as well. And so they're trying to create more meaning and to become powerful instead of powerless. They want to matter because they don't. And also as a culture, you have to...
Yep, should have moved. Trying to rocket jump with tanks. Yeah, I got stuck.
So they matter.
I don't really know the map all too well. I just jumped over a hill and then ended up wherever that was.
Someone had to make a new
I don't think my team was best pleased about
that. 5 and the 90 sign. It's never been used before. We're in completely new
I've taken D4.
Unimagined realms. History itself's been made. But nonetheless, I just want to do these quick... Do you mind if I ask you these quick questions, which we may be able to use for clips and stuff, because they're more to do with contemporary issues. Okay, so we talked about Tommy Robinson and Asian grooming gangs, and you were extremely passionate, weren't you? That was inspiring, I think, for greater ranks, one among women on the table with the Iran stuff in constructing.
See how well this goes.
Donald Trump a real threat to Muslims and minorities in America?
Yes.
Fuck, where is he? Ah!
Because he is dehumanizing anyone.
Way too close.
And I think his continuous reduction of people's humanity in this way will ultimately be a recipe for violence.
Personally, I can probably camp the entrance. Oh, okay.
I think wearing a hijab
Hey!
can absolutely be feminist.
We done it, guys.
I have real issues with personally.
Why?
But again, I
Like
am a feminist.
More concealing.
Well, the burqa also, I mean, very often it also includes a niqab, so it means, only your eyes showing. So I have problems with that. When it comes to hijab, I completely will support women's rights to choose that and to wear it.
Where's the line then? Where's the cut off? It's like it's a creeping bit of fabric that's got to be stopped at a certain bit
Champion,
of the
mate.
chin, the mouth.
I think it's a matter of the creeping fabric, but I think it's also a matter of the age of the woman. I think, like, I don't believe in compulsory veiling for children. I think that if
it shouldn't be compulsory to wear anything, surely.
About,
you could be able to be naked if you want.
Your body and how you manifest your
in a way, dear, we don't
get your nips out.
The Nazis are making informed decisions. We think they're making misinformed decisions. We think that the jihadists are making misinformed decisions. Like, no one's making informed decisions. People are responding to stimuli that's bogus, distracting and misleading. What autonomy is there? What free will is there? What is there except abandoning fact of our individual identity at to be sacrificed at the altar of some higher ideal called love or God?
No, but I don't think that it's as fluid as that. I think, it's but
what the fuck was that? Jesus. Come on, mate. Come on. Ooh, that's close. Don't do it. Oh, nip. Cool, no worries, mate.
Conduct that women are expected to participate in is incredibly reductive when it comes to their humanity. So I think it's not as fluid as that, but I do think in Western countries, with so many of my Muslim female friends who do choose to wear the hijab, I absolutely support it. I choose not to. My grandmother didn't use it, my mother doesn't use it, but a lot of other women do. They have done in the past, and they will continue to in the future, and I support that. When it comes to the burqa, for me personally, not so much. If a woman sits herself down here right now and says, look, Dia, this is my choice, I really feel more comfortable this way, I would say, great, I will fight for your right to do so. But when it comes to 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, I'm not a fan of that. But can it be feminist? It can be. I don't particularly like...
Ready for action!
I don't particularly like it.
Fair enough, What about Antifa?
Aw, man.
Are Antifa as bad as the far right?
What do you mean by as?
Volatile, aggressive, extremists.
I do think that aspects of the
They've occupied Foxtrot
Antifa
sector.
are becoming... I think there's a co-radicalization going on. I think the extreme right and the extreme left are kind of feeding off each other, and I do think that and again, I think masculinity comes here more than anything else. I think in the attempt to outdo the other end of the spectrum, I think both sides are becoming more and more willing to relegate their political views to violent expression, which I disagree with, regardless of which side it comes from. But obviously, my political leaning is on the left anyway, so I'm happy to be a part of that Antifa protest.
And you got that spray.
Yeah, I did.
When you were used to be a Nazi.
When I
remember that holiday?
Yeah, I remember that one. Are they as bad as each other? I think it depends on their behavior. I don't agree with violence.
The
No
majority.
matter who perpetrates it.
Good to have some genuine principles like that, isn't it? To not have violence,
They've limited
that
reserves
people
left.
express their individuality and up to harming others. Consent. Just basic ideas, right? There are some general principles.
What's that? And what's the label saying? How have we surpassed?
But people are just setting fire to stuff like that now.
They've gone. Yeah,
It's just you and I, people aren't recording this. We're having a conversation in an abyss. Hey, this is the thing. Say when I chatted to Jordan Peterson, he says that much of the rise of the current wave of feminism and the anger inhered within it is in accordance with a archetype known as the I can't remember the exact sort of the exact archetype, but he's saying that it's in accordance with an idea of that sort of a negative female energy, like a devouring mother. But what we protest against is the sort of like, that there's a possibility for the positive male, the, benevolent king, the cruel king, the benevolent mother, the cruel mother. That we are experiencing, not, people talk a lot about toxic masculinity, what about toxic
Delta
femininity?
sector is under American control.
American forces will take
There
every
is such a
sector
thing?
if they aren't
Yeah,
stopped.
so toxic femininity? Yeah, that's not my question.
I mean, I don't know how that manifests itself. I don't know how we're seeing that.
Rage against the patriarchy. In a very
But how is that toxic? I mean, it's if you are on the receiving end of persecution, abuse, violence, oppression for centuries, then if women dare to be angry for once and not fill the prescribed boxes of be a good girl, be obedient, be a good girl, don't react, be polite. If women for once get angry at being cut, at being brutalized, then that's toxic.
But what about a minute ago when you just said with Muslims, we can't have one category that is Muslim with 1.5 billion people. The need to verify the feminism is that there is such a thing as a woman and that there is such a thing as female oppression. Couldn't we similarly regard oppression as happening at the level of economics, of underclasses that occurs regardless of gender?
Well, but it happens because of gender. It happens, but there are multiple layers of oppression. There's not one.
What the fuck was that?
Oppression just because of their gender.
Super laggy.
All these other markers aren't just the luxury of men, or just the identifiers of men, but also identifiers of women. So women experience all the layers of oppression that, for example, a working class woman. A working class woman experiences all the same forms of oppression that a working class man does, but she has one added form of oppression, which also is assigned to her gender. So a woman can be standing out in the streets of or Tahrir Square in Egypt, right, fighting against the oppressor, against Mubarak at the time, the Arab Spring, when that was going on. She can be standing shoulder to shoulder with her male. You know, they were demanding for freedom and liberty and dignity and bread and various other things. But that woman also has the added pressure of being oppressed and abused potentially by her father, brother, husband, partner, that the man doesn't. I also work a lot with artistic freedom and artists who are persecuted and imprisoned and tortured and censored for various reasons. Women experience all the same things as their male counterparts. Female journalists experience the same thing as their male counterparts, with the added layer of abuse that comes with the fact that you're a woman. I understand this Jordan Peterson thing. I actually only got familiar with him through your work. People kept mentioning his name. I'm still not that familiar with him. I appreciate the fact that he is trying to speak to something in men who are really struggling and are really searching for something. I really appreciate that, and I think it's really important that somebody speak to that. However, I don't think that needs to be at the expense of women and at the expense of women getting to manifest their full humanity. It doesn't have to be either or. That's what I reject.
Agree with you, but perhaps then we shouldn't be opposing those arguments by using its binary opposite. Perhaps we should be continually rejecting those terms, those labels.
What labels?
Female, male. I'm not suggesting that we become some kind of mist of beingness, but like
we could just be human.
We can.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But I think we can try to aspire to the label of human. But the reason these labels matter in the process of getting to that place is until oppression and violence and abuse of women stops. In the name of their gender, in the name of because you are a woman, you are less than. Until that stops, we don't get to the category of we are all human. All women want, all feminism is about, it's not anti-men. It's not we want men to have less rights, or we want now it's the time of women, we want men to take a back seat. It is about liberating us all to just be
but when you speak on behalf of a kind of spiritual progressivism, you speak as an individual. When you speak in terms of gender, you speak as if feminism is one unit, when I imagine there are possibly different types of feminism.
No, it is different. No. I don't speak of it as a unit. I speak more as the general experiences of women across the world, having done the work that I've done. And of course, I can only be in contact with so many people personally. But in the contact that I have had, it is absolutely undeniable that women are suffering in so many different contexts around the world. Whether it comes to equal pay, whether it comes to equal protection under the law, whether it comes to protection from violence, whether it comes from their just basic dignity and human rights.
When something is as expansive and as global as that, how can, you know, like obviously I'm a man, but my most important relationships in my life are with women. They're all of them, like, so, like, I obviously have a vested interest in the people I love most living in a fair and equal society. Now, presumably I'm not particularly unique among men.
You're not.
Other than the charisma and the eyebrows, let's not rule them out. But like in loads of ways, like my priorities would be the people I love, and the people I love are women.
And this is where I do have arguments with my feminist friends who basically say, you know, some of them who say, you know, men are kind of lost cause, all that kind of stuff.
So there are different types of feminism.
No, I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm not saying that
Majority of sectors under enemy control.
the goal is that we all get to a place where we are just here.
That's got to be the goal.
That is the goal. That absolutely is the goal. And that is also the goal of a lot of feminists. Maybe not all, but a lot of feminists,
But
including
you,
myself.
as a woman, believe that one of the areas that most needs to be addressed is gender inequality, and then I, as a man, believe, for some quirky biographical reason, think it's to do with class and oppression that happens in early life.
No, but I don't believe it's just got to do with gender. I believe that it's got to do with gender, class, race, economy. It's got to do with all of it. That's the difference. I'm saying that gender is one more layer of identity, one more layer of experience of being a human being that defines what that experience is for an individual. So I'm not saying it's not race, not race, not women. It absolutely is. One more experience of gender. And I also want to say that you being a man, and like I just said,
Are not in position to securing objectives.
I think where a lot of feminists are struggling, where we need to do that. I don't really like the root thing anyway, but then if we have to speak in those terms, I think where feminists are doing better is to understand that we are only going to really help those change.
Yes.
It has to be man and woman together. It cannot be women will win this battle and men will win this battle and then we somehow figure it out together. So we have to fight together. But you tell me, how do we help every, like when I go to concerts and violence against women, the perpetrator is male. So where's the guy?
I reckon it's by, you know, like when we talk about James Baldwin years ago, it's by reconciling that identity is non-binary, a sort of a modern gender politics idea. That within that you have to liberate the femaleness that is almost like a kind of internal Brexit, while 51% want to leave, 49% want to stay. Any man is almost female, but we are closer to reject these terms, to liberate the female within yourself, to acknowledge that women are the most important people probably in your own life, and to not to commodify and objectify other human beings, and to look at your own life and see where you do that, and be willing to change. A lot of people aren't willing to change. I think you can do with anyone who's willing to change, who hasn't ossified into a belief system that they use instead of an identity. But I think that means that both sides of the argument have to, as you said, be willing to stand shoulder to shoulder, willing to reconcile, willing to have a shared vision that's about creating an ideal as opposed to venting rage.
Yeah. And I mean, ultimately, the goal, like we said, it is about how do we ensure that people's full humanity and whatever their dreams and their hopes and their loves and whatever their vision of themselves and their future is, that gets to manifest itself in its full, flourishing, positive, wonderful glory. And how do we do that together? How do we do that without demeaning each other? And to me, the answer, sort of in my kind of personal sort of small life, has been empathy. Empathy is kind of one of the most important tools and one of the most instruments I think that we have available to us that we need to deploy in that. And there, within that, it's about stories. How do we tell stories in a way that we see ourselves in each other, where we recognize our humanity in each other, where we make it possible for a disenfranchised man to recognize what it might be like to be a woman who's experiencing violence, and vice versa. You know, and how do we, and also for us to recognize that a lot of these barriers and divisions, these walls, and she keeps talking about the physical wall.
So
but
what,
he's,
isn't it that?
yeah. But you know, he's been so successful in building walls between us as human beings already. The physical wall doesn't exist. He's already been successful in that. So how do we break down those walls? How do we create a more plural, inclusive future?
You're an incredible person. I think
Likewise.
that what you are doing by placing yourself among the people that you would have the most obvious
Sector Echo, point
conflict
secure.
is a brilliant way of metabolizing our potential to transcend those barriers and boundaries and create connection, and ultimately having the optimistic perspective that you clearly have, that love is more powerful than hate. You will get there, but you will never undo hatred with more hatred. You have to continually reach out in love to people opposed by certainly those opposed. Dear, wow, what an incredible conversation that has been. I've taken drugs, word drugs.
Likewise, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for watching this podcast. You can click the bell, must have been it, yeah, and subscribing so that we can infiltrate your serenity and peace of mind with jangling bells and buzzers.
Damn it! What? I don't even move forward. Savage.
Darren Brown, thanks for coming on Under the Skin. I wanted to talk to
Oh,
you
Darren
about
Brown
this
now.
format for a long while.
Oh, this is such a treat. This is such a treat. Thank you very, very much for
Hey,
asking.
Darren Brown, the
Lovely to
magician.
have you. The thing I'm most interested in when I
Danny?
think of the umbrellaing a conversation with you is, have any of your experiences from your skeptical perspective led you to query your own certainty? Because you famously made a journey from quite an orthodox and religious upbringing to being an outspoken atheist, but now that you've worked continually in the area
Can't be able to get that helicopter. Whee.
manipulation of consciousness and the various hypnotic techniques and the wonderful shows that you've done, what things have you encountered that have made you question your certainty?
Well, that's a big one to
okay.
start off with.
How was the journey?
Yeah, Johnny was also nice.
Nice weather today.
Last time I saw you, just before I asked the question, and,
You're the hypnotist.
I
You'll decide how this goes.
I will decide exactly how this goes. No, you came round to my house, and
I love it.
thank you. And my partner at the time was there, and his mother, who was at the time terminally ill, you came in and she was sat down and clearly unwell, and you were so amazing. I think she must have said, "Look, I'm not well," and you pretty much sat, like, knelt down next to her, and you were so focused and so present with her. And I don't know what you said because you were having a private conversation with her, but it was sort of the opposite of what any of us
Captured
would do,
sector
which is probably
Foxtrot.
naturally feel a little awkward or self-conscious in that situation. And it was
Under control.
amazing. Always stay with me. You're a very lovely man. So thank you for that. 'Cause I never got to say to you that was amazing.
Years ago, you could have sent me a text.
I could have. Well, I've texted you many times and never replied. So.
Unless there's direct phrase for a messianic moment of
I give
interaction.
with one hand.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
see how you operate. Like,
So
but like,
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
I'm glad you told me that story, because the fact that I don't remember stuff like that directly, I do recall the occasion now. It suggests to me that I'm not as narcissistic as I imagine myself to be. Otherwise, I'd be able to recall those kind of
tell me
moments.
exactly what you said.
But like, but I tell you, but I do remember that configuration of people in that event. When you say that to me, it makes me feel like I often feel more comfortable when people talk to me on the level of, this is who I am.
Yeah.
I struggle more when you're on the sort of the gentle negotiation of, we're apes and we could fucking kill each other at any moment. So let's just gently talk about the weather and we'll see if we can keep
It's
this
true,
in
isn't it?
manageable
It's
parameters.
so true, because I always think of myself as one of those people that's hopeless at parties, and I think, I'm just shy and so on. But actually, I think think probably most people like me like that. It's not that you don't want to talk to people. You do want to talk to people. You want to have like a proper conversation. And what gets in the way of that are all the millions of reasons why that's sort of not always appropriate. I was at a party the other day and I met a guy called Liam Allen who's been on the paper because he had a lot of false rape accusations made against him, and he's now started. He's only 23 or something, and he started a campaign against that, sort of thing about the police dealt really badly with the case, and it was an amazing conversation to have at a party. And not
it went in deep.
Well, it just yes.
Don't do that joke.
It's well, it was just like a proper. I mean, sort of conversation, but it was a really interesting conversation to see this guy taking something horrible and turning it into something sort of great and important. So yeah, it's proper conversations. But
whether or not you're
I still haven't answered your question. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Let's let it be on the back burner. The question being, has any of Darren's investigations into the world of sort of woo-woo mysticism led to moments of curiosity about the unknown and the unknowable? We'd leave that hovering, lurking as a spectre in the space, while continuing to examine the idea of like whether it is a person who, in that instance, in the case of your ex's mum, sort of spoke about from a position of fear about her mortality and her sadness, or a person who's going through a crisis, the dreadful crisis of false accusation. Like in that moment, I think I recently had a conversation with a woman on the phone. I've never met her. Her brother asked me to talk to her, and she'd lost her son through sort of a party. And when she was telling me this, I thought, in the moment, it went through my head, I'm not qualified to deal with this, so I have to find in myself the human capacities of compassion and warmth, whilst knowing, really, there's certain things in life that there is no combination of words that are going to sort of push someone into a new state of mind. But often what's being asked of you, I understand, is kind of presence.
Fuck! How did that even happen?
Yeah.
Now, I've almost had the opposite journey to you of coming from a position of, if not atheism, nihilism. And kind of mass, sort of individualism, to a position of I believe in God, and we can have a long conversation, and hopefully we will, about a degree of orthodoxy and where I draw that idea from and how I sort of personally interact with it. But in an instance like that, that's almost kind of what I'm interfacing with. I'm like, my individual personal consciousness can't deal with this. Please give me access to what I need to be and need to say so that I can hold this woman in this moment and say the right thing. And for me, it's a kind of a yielding and a kind of surrender and letting go of the limitations in my own sort of ego, so that I can be present, so that I don't say something mad. And there's enough examples in my own life of actually saying something mad. Less and less lately, the more and more I can sort of surrender it.
But that important is just being present, isn't it? I do have this sort of thing, like if we go back to the party situation or most social situations, that you see the version of somebody that they show you. You see this lovely, polished, probably the best version of themselves they show you. In the same way that you have a couple over for dinner, you tend to see that relationship working at its best. But then you know that you yourself have this, all of us, we have this, big, ugly, clumsy, embarrassing thing called a private life that follows us around like a big lumbering giant. And it's our starting point is having to. We forget they've got exactly the same thing. We're seeing this lovely, polished version of themselves. We're comparing it to what we know of ourselves, which is very different. And that's a difficult starting point. And I think ultimately, and of course, things like Instagram are so much worse because then you're dealing with highly polished, branded versions of people, that comparing that with your sort of worthless private life, and always comes in some embarrassment that comes with that. But ultimately, I think we just desperately want to know that the things that are wrong with us are shared by other people, and for someone just to be present with us, because it just sort of validates everything, doesn't it? It's such a basic thing. I don't know how, if you are growing up in that generation now where you're only seeing these horribly polished, curated versions of other people's lives, how you find any, place to put your own complicated, messy internal experience in relation to that.
In a sense, it can only come from one another, and from our dealing with ourselves in conjunction with and collaboration with one another. Like on my own, my tendency is to become quite self-condemning, isolated, and fearful. Almost as if we're not designed to live solipsistic lives trapped in sort of neurological circuits of self-doubt and continual examination. We have to break that up with interaction. We do need again, trying to to my initial question that you're dancing around Lemuria, when I think of, we live in post-logical positivism, which was a phrase I learned about an hour ago. I'm very keen to use in the podcast.
Have a grape.
Have I earned a grape yet? Darren, is this something that you're going to use to manipulate me over the course of the interview? A grape reward.
There is a bowl of grapes on the table if you can't see it. Are we being filmed? I didn't even know. Did you film?
Yeah, that's right.
They can see the grapes on the table.
If they want, they can listen to it as audio, but vivid linguists such as we can paint a portrait of these grapes as effortlessly as Rembrandt, I would say. Portrait might not be the right time. But my point being that we sort of have a tendency, and in a sense, from a cultural perspective, you've touched upon it through mentioning Instagram, to live in a sort of a sensory, empirical realm. These are the patterns that optically, these are the patterns I can smell and taste and hear. But we know that there are patterns beyond the limitations of the sensory realm, the magnification achieved through the practice of science. But my understanding is that there are some patterns and forms of consciousness that may not exist within the remit of ordinary sensory experience. Now, when you get a version of that, as you evidently did in a Christian upbringing,
damn it, I thought I'd done pretty well there.
Time with you and felt like presumably reductive and I'm guessing at odds with who you were as an individual, most obviously sexuality, I'm guessing, that may set you in a position of adversity to many of the ideas that are smuggled along with mysticism. But I'm interested in how, because it seems to me that you're moving from a position of entertainer to a position of sort of personal development and self-awareness and healing in one sense. So I want to talk about what your relationship is to the mystical.
Son of a how.
Continue to evolve.
Okay. Yeah.
Have a great.
Damn it.
Sound of water and grapes.
Very professional. You should definitely have your own podcast.
Thank you. I'm thinking about it. There's something else to talk about, but we should probably answer the question. So I was very much a Christian. The sexuality thing didn't put me at odds against it. I think actually what happened was that Christian became quite a sort of
you get up there, really.
Covering up the sort of awkwardness of the whole sexy world, because I didn't quite know where that was going. So it was quite nice having a sort of a general excuse as to why don't we talk about those things, because I was too pious. But then I became, I definitely became an atheist, and but that was really because I didn't have a lot of Christian friends, so it was very much a private belief. And I just sort of thought bit by bit I couldn't really justify it. I had a friend who was a psychic healer, and we had lots of heated discussions whereby I was saying, look, this is nonsense, circular belief, and they're just, looking for confirmation for what you're ready to believe and so on, and there's no evidence to support it. And I was sort of thinking about religious belief.
Fuck.
So I ended up not really being able to justify it, and
how did you punch me through the bars?
Much against it. And I think when you do that, you have a very strong disbelief that matches your initially strong belief, right? That would make sense. I've softened since then. I don't believe in God, I wouldn't say, but what I do think, this is particularly, like, I'm 48, right? So I'm sort of now and that.
You're looking good.
So thank you very much. So quite expensive. And as I've sort of started the sort of second half of life.
Fucking helicopter.
Become aware of the importance of, so I guess in Jungian terms, you've slain the dragon, and now you've got to rescue the princess, right? So your ego's been out there battling around, being ambitious, and all those things that it kind of has to do to find out who it is. But now you need to serve something bigger. The ego needs to step down. There's death and resurrection right there. You know, something has to die in order for something new to grow. So the way I now see religion, I think it points to something that is really important as part of a human experience, and that is transcending, essentially, connecting with something larger than yourself. I think historically something happened that gave people a real kind of visceral knowledge of that feeling, whatever that meant back then, and then as time moves on, that moment in history falls out of living memory, so beliefs and practices arise to recreate that sort of feeling, but they're now already divorced from whatever that was. And then time moves on, and that becomes the church, and the church becomes politicized, monetized, and so on. And now what you end up with is a set of well, it creates dogma for a start. All of these are very different things from the original experience. It creates a lot of things that are now very easy to take a pop at as an atheist. And there's no reason not to, I suppose. But they are signposts, I think, back to something that is important, and that's a feeling of connecting with something that's bigger than yourself. So, and if you don't find a place for that, it tends to latch itself onto things that don't satisfy it, like money and like fame and so on, that we think will give us an elevation out of our ordinary life and a transformation and all of those things, and of course they don't. So we need to find it somewhere. It doesn't need to be with God, doesn't need to be anything that's overtly spiritual. We might find it through our kids or through, the work that we do, or kind of anything really, but it's important to find it somewhere, because otherwise you're left without any real kind of meaning, and meaning trumps happiness, I think, any day.
Yes.
That was my answer. Have a great.
I think after that, you have got limitless access to grapes. So then, I'll follow you home if you want, with a little satchel of grapes, lowering them. What I reckon is, like from what you've said there, because obviously all of us sort of wedded to our own sort of subjective encounters with institutionalised ideas, and because my childhood was, I think, almost it felt to me organically about the rejection of, like, I don't like this school, I'm not sure I even like family, I don't like it, like a sort of cynical rejection. I guess I was probably wounded and afraid and didn't trust anything or anyone. So, like, my personal evolution has been about allowing some of those ideas and being sort of softening my resistance to them. And then, of course,
they're picking all of them.
I had sort of psychedelic encounters in, like, sort of adolescence, of taking hallucinogens and experiencing the dissolution of self. And again, not in the type of way that people should be taken, in my opinion, like with either some kind of shaman or a gentleman in a white coat with his arm around just saying, it's okay, have another sip of water. Like the lads from Leeds in New Cross, like a miserable, oh my God, there is no me. How is my consciousness operating my hand? Where do these things intersect, the material and the immaterial world? And because I'm in sort of a 12-step recovery program, which requires the kind of Jungian journey that you've alluded to, the willingness to let go of the egoic dragon greed self and the accepting of a quest.
Oof!
I've been thinking a lot that
indeed.
Personally, I have to let go of the idea.
So it's hard to hear them with all the explosions going on.
And so intrinsically related to pleasure in the kind of culture that we're from, that purpose is a much
They're vehicles. Everyone's got the vehicles, but do nothing with them.
But
this place is overcrowded.
Brilliant things, apparently magical things, like sort of the ones that sort of stay with me, like the one where
Come on, reload, hurry up, reload. Hurry up, reload.
Everyone that had every possible permutation.
I got me. Oh shit.
I'm not familiar with your work. And then one where
have you turned those sound effects off? Maybe no, I didn't. I did turn it off. Should still play.
Pet Cemetery, I think it was. And I've been to your live shows as well and seen you whittle through audiences, which you sort of very smanky subtly as like a way of ascertaining the suggestibility or malleability of these words. I've seen and that's mad. You did us routes and timetables. I've seen you achieve so many incredible things, which are, you know, this explained to me as simply the result of endeavour and practice, not the result of cheating, downright cheating, fraud, skullduggery. But like, for example, the faith healing experiences you've had. Can we talk about that for a moment?
Change your password? Yeah, I already changed my password.
The most extraordinary.
Yeah, all passwords got dumped and everything like that.
Experience of touring and doing a live show that I've had. So a few years before, I did a documentary called Miracles.
Had to re-sync up my OBS as well.
Somebody up to be a healer, and then we tried to pass him off as a real one out in Dallas. But I kind of got the bug for doing it. So this show Miracle, which is on Netflix.
You were overwhelmed.
Hey. No, actually, it was a defeat.
So in it,
Thought we won.
Do this faith healing, evangelical faith healing. I didn't think it was really going to work. Enough. I thought I can. There are certain tricks. That
Yeah, I need to get a better graphics card at some point.
You know, a kind of a routine. So enough to try it. But I didn't really think, given that the audience are skeptical like me, they're not coming there
probably eat
expecting
something.
healing, they're not coming there believing in healing.
Let's
And I was
do a
staggered
yogurt.
that it, like,
What are the
really
basic?
worked.
What are the basic tricks there?
Activa.
The basic tricks at the beginning.
Good, gut health.
We go. I'm looking for someone called Darren. I'm looking for someone. Someone's passed over the other side? Is it just that they're very open questions that, by law of averages? Is that the technique?
That sort of thing, which is like psychic readings and medium tips. Yeah, you're just. Well, there's so many different ways of doing that.
Graphic
kind of
cards
thing.
are overrated.
Cold readings.
Well, you got a
Cold
Mac,
reading
so
would
you wouldn't know, would you?
You see it all the time. You throw out a name. I'm getting the name Janet. That could be someone who's died. It could be
Savage.
someone who's sat there. It could be a friend at home who knows someone has died, or it could be anything. And then the person goes, "Oh yes, that's me. That was my sister." And then the psychic goes, "That's right. She's saying she's coming through for her sister." And then
Why did you say that in the first place?
Why did you say that in the first place? Would be a really good response.
Because I also know Janet. No, it's nearly going to be me that said it.
Exactly. So that's yeah. There's that.
So those techniques are basically almost could be used in sales or could be used in
Right.
any form.
Sorry.
Techniques for
That's cold
establishing
reading. Hot
rapport.
reading is when you have information on the
Yeah, I need to.
so there
I
was
think mine's
a
only a
very
4
famous
gigabyte card.
psychic called
I
Doris
want to get
Stokes.
maybe 8 or a 12.
Yeah. So she was
Just
like
make it
really
run a
sort of
bit smoother.
inoffensive, lovely old lady. Sort of was her kind of character. But I heard of somebody who got called up by her people. This is the story I heard. Because this woman had lost a son, I think, in a drowning accident, and had been in the local.
You got much planned for tonight?
And Doris Stokes' team called her up and said, "Oh, Doris has a message for you from your son. So, you know, would you like you to come to the event?" And she said, "Oh, well, can she not just give me the message now, or can you pass on?" No, she'd really like you to come to the event. We've got a seat for you. Can you wear a red jumper so that she can spot you easily? So this woman goes along, and then of course during the show, it's, "Oh, there's a lady over this, the lady in the red jumper over there. I'm sensing your son died." And of course she just gives all the information that was, you know, just in the paper. And it looks like something that this woman's experience of it is very different. She felt very
Forces have seized all of
violated
Sector
by it.
Echo.
They see that all the time. The worst
We're close to complete
version of that
control
is
of all
with the
sectors.
TV studio psychics. I've seen this. The guy comes out, so before they start filming, he's got a studio audience and says, "Anybody hoping anyone's going to come through?" And hands go up, and he just goes around asking people, "Who are you hoping will come through? Is there some bit of evidence I could give you that you know would be proof that it's real?" And of course these people have no reason to be cynical, tell him everything he needs to know, and then the cameras start rolling, and he just says all that stuff back. They burst into tears, and it's horrible. So that's hot reading. That's when you've got the information, and you're passing it off as, you know, psychic. And cold reading is when you're saying things in a way that people make fit. So that's that. Healing, the evangelical healing was very different. And what was going on there, well, it wasn't about information that people were making fit. It was about a kind of quite
Oh, we've got that one as well.
physiological
Okay.
experience. So I got the audience to
What else can we get?
get a bit of adrenaline
Other than
going.
laundry,
So
I've been struggling so bad with
music and lights.
this AI thing.
There's
I'm
adrenaline
just giving
to
up.
be
Ah,
right? When you
man.
go and see
I think it's
these
time just to pay
healers,
just
you
to
know,
do it for me.
faith healers and people being slain in the spirit, they call it, falling back on stage, all of that stuff. There's always a lot of adrenaline, the songs,
Well,
and a lot of emotion.
if you learn to do it now, then you don't have to.
That was one part of it, and the other part of it that then
You have
makes
to do it next time, do you?
is
Don't have to
interrupting
learn how to do it
people's
next time.
story of their
You just know.
pain and their ailment. So, as I was telling you, my lovely wife Laura earlier on today, there was a woman that came up in the first
Don't hear me,
week
don't hear me, don't hear me.
who had been paralysed down one side of her body since she was a kid, and she was in floods of tears because she couldn't move her arm for the first time.
But these people, your audience, they're not coming for Doris Stokes
No,
or
they're
for
not.
some evangelist. They're
Like
like, Darren
me.
Brown.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was so surprised that this worked. But they're just
There you
I
go.
just say to people, look, just enter into this, and the results are interesting. Just do what I say, and we'll see what happens. And you're only dealing with a small percentage, right? So you take 2,000 people, and then you filter the people out of that respond, and then the ones that are best responding out of that, you get them up on stage. You're only dealing with a small percentage. Plus. So like this woman, like moving her arm, and she, her feeling, all that's come back. And then, even then, people maybe that's only
Only a few sectors
on
left.
stage.
Russians have it all.
But I still hear from people years later saying, just so you know, that did properly heal. So there's nothing going. Like I'm not healing them. If you've had an X-ray before and afterwards, nothing's changed. But the psychological component of suffering is what's interesting. For some people and some ailments and some situations, that's enough to turn someone around because they've lived out a story. Like it sounds silly, but I had a bursitis in my shoulder for a long time, so
Let's go to the top.
I couldn't really move my left shoulder very well.
I'm not good at learning anything, am I? Just
when I put a
drive himself
jacket
insane bit by bit.
I tend to, I got used to
That's
sort of
right, mate.
arm dead.
Take it nice and slow, what the fuck was
With the
that?
other arm. I don't need to do that anymore, but I do it because I've got so used to doing it, it's become part of a habit. And if somebody said, your arm is healed, go on, move it around, now see what it's like. Can you put a jacket on? Can you put a jacket? I'd be like, oh, how did you do that? I can move it, you know? And it's just the story that I've been living out. So I think it was probably that, but, you know.
Yeah, but you've obviously got this, it seems to me that you've got, because it wasn't just one person that got healed, it's a number of people that got healed.
Every night,
You're
again and
healing
again.
people every night!
Yeah.
Right, so obviously, like what you just told me there with the jacket story, it's good that you have this sort of quizzical perspective, but it seems that your bias is precisely the opposite. It's a materialistic bias that's towards rationalism. There must be a rational explanation to this, i.e. an explanation that I can understand. And this might seem like an odd comparison, but I think it makes sense as I explained. Like I'm friendly with Noel Gallagher out of Oasis, right? And if you ask Noel about, like, you know, what does that song mean, or what does that bit mean of that song? Well, Noel just got and said it, right? He'll never go, oh, well, I was just trying to allude to right? But the fact is that in that music there's the evocation and evocation, rather, of certain
Son of a
feelings
bitch.
and moods and states, and whether or not Noel cops to that or acknowledges it or even is aware of it, it's there.
Yeah.
Right? And it seems to me that if you're healing people on stage, whether you're healing them from the perspective of exposing it or not, you're healing people. And well, of course, there's one example of, like, yes, they were unconscious, that the capacity for them to move their arm had long been realised, and they can bring it into their own knowledge of that. But another possibility is, you know, like with placebos everywhere, that somewhere in the body are the. I mean, we know that the body heals itself anyway. If I cut myself, it's going to heal itself. Just don't know how to access that data. I mean, there would be a rational explanation for those things if I had a better brain and different senses. So, is it possible also that, like a kind of placebo, people being told, heal that arm now, if they sort of, oh, it's Derek Brown and I see him do some magic shit on the telly, like, they might just obediently heal their body.
Well, I did have a mad moment of thinking, well, I'm sure I could pack out the O2. I mean, like, we could sell the show as a secular healing show. I make no claims, doesn't work on everybody, but it certainly works with some people. But then that's when you start to go mad, because it's not about reducing and saying, oh, it's only this. It clearly is, like, potentially life-changing for these people, but it's only a smallish number of people. It's very hard to evaluate exactly what the percentage was. So that's
probably diabetes drugs that work on 10% of people that are available on the market.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, if it was coming from a farm.
Yeah, elevator animation. That was one of the main bugs in this game.
Yeah,
but
like,
what is important?
Pretty
I think,
mental.
was like this is a real effect. It's, for me, it felt more important to be able to sort of isolate that and go, look, I'm seeing this work every night.
Have you played any of the Battlefield games?
Is something interesting about the psychology of suffering. That's more of a useful place than while I'm doing it, let's say it's for real, so let's advertise this as a healing show and have poor, you know, people dragging themselves. I mean, I've been to these healing shows where people they get dragged, children dragged around the country by their parents with, you know, kids with Down syndrome. That is not going to get healed on that stage. That's, you know, an amputee. That arm isn't going to grow back. And people in hospital.
Oh, what? That should have hit easy.
It's just horrible. It's such a vile scene. So, you don't want to go, well, hey, look, it's real because it's happening. I think it's more useful to go, hang on, what is happening, and then how is that useful? You know, it's not about reducing it. You know, it's just this or just that. It clearly was happening, but
something unanticipated and beyond our current.
Got him. That's good. Why can't I get up here?
Well understood.
It's a ladder.
I've spoken to doctors
Whoa.
and physios and people like that about it quite
Okay.
often. So
That's
everyone
weird.
seems to get it, but I think in terms of what it looks like, which is why it lends itself so well to a stage show, because it looks like magic. In the same way hypnosis looks like magic, it's all kind of the same thing. But actually what's going on is quite, I think, probably quite ordinary. A little difficult to sort of...
Oh, I can't get out.
But it comes out in this sort of
Trapped.
experience that does look
Let me out, let me out.
amazing. It probably looks more amazing than it feels.
Right, it's theatrically rewarding.
Yeah.
Are there any of your sort of techniques that you used to do sort of at the beginning of your career and are therefore now redundant that you can sort of talk about explicitly? So, I mean, all I really do is I use that phrase and then they're listening and they've heard that phrase, so it seems that I'm predicting what they're going to say, but actually I've, throughout the conversation, been stitching into it. Are there things that go, right, that could make us understand how rudimentary and rational this is?
Well, it's a mixture. So I started off as a hypnotist,
There we go.
and then but it was difficult actually trying to make a living as a student doing hypnosis. So I got into thank you. Thank you so much. So I got into doing close-up magic. So it's always been a mixture of both things, like magic tricks dressed up as psychology, and then suggestion and psychology sometimes dressed up as magic tricks. So it's a bit of a blur. And when I do my stage shows now, they are about, you know, kind of creating an effect like healing. But the healing was, that's a good example. It's a mixture of, you know, those techniques I talked about the adrenaline and the affecting people's way of, you know, living out their stories. That's real. But there were also some tricks I was using in there as well, which I learned from healers, which you know, they just fraudulent tricks. So one I had tried on me was leg lengthening. So they, if you
Gotta get these legs lengthened.
yeah, if you want to type into YouTube leg lengthening healing,
Why do people want that?
well, the thing is, so a healer will say to you sometimes, and you know they're just an out-and-out fraud if they do this, because there's no way of like hiding the fact you are just cheating. They'll say, oh, you see he walks with that limp, so he doesn't walk with a limp. And they said this to me, he walks with a limp, let's heal that. I don't walk with a limp. That's because one leg is longer than the other. They get you up and say, just stick your legs out, and as they turn to the audience and say, look at this, or turn to the camera and say, come in closer, they pull one of your... Sounds so stupid.
Oh shit, I'm gonna
One
die.
of the heels off your shoes.
Help.
People with like loose-fitting shoes. Or
There we go.
to make one leg look a little longer, right? So the heels come out a bit further. But all the attention's on the other foot, and then the heel is pushed in normally. And they say, look, this leg's too short. So they're going to make this leg grow out. And then while all attention is on that leg, they slowly push the heel on the other leg that you're not really paying as much attention to. You're only sort of, you know, measuring against it. They slowly push that in. Because all the attention's on the other leg, they're not doing anything with it. It's oddly kind of convincing. And then they make you run around and say, look, there's no limp, his leg is healed. And I've been on the receiving end of this, and I've done it myself. And so there are tricks like that they use, and I suppose with what I do, it's always a mixture of that. Yeah.
Yours is a mixture of what, sort of sleight of hand.
Do we see the rocket go off?
And
yeah.
Oh, Vietnam and
I've sort of
1942,
found
good.
it- I think ultimately my
Yeah, those were good ones.
stories that
Classics.
people tell themselves, that's kind of, and the best tricks are
Behind you, mate. Behind you.
just a word. A word that I change.
Let's go!
Creates like whole massive effect out of nothing other than a little bit of language, which is really good, without actually sort of going, oh, I did this and then this happened. It's hard to do that. So I have to sort of keep some things, I guess, a bit secret.
Your livelihood.
My livelihood. And I still do that, stuff on stage. The TV shows are different now. They've kind of moved into people going through real dramas, and I'm kind of more of a backstage string puller, I guess, which I quite like. But Magic always sort of felt like it. Thematically, it's just vapid. You're just going, look at me, I'm so clever. I can make anything happen, which is there's no drama in that at all.
Need ammo.
No hero struggling.
Sometimes it's naff. I mean, a lot of whilst like one of the, like I was sort of on the surface of it, which is not always a bad place to be. Like the aesthetics of what you did were interesting in the way that sort of David Blaine was an evolution, or like David Copperfield was an evolution, or Houdini. Like I know you're a student of all of this stuff. But yours, presenting it in a sort of a rational and like sort of, I would say, sort of in a sense, stripping back the mystery of it. I thought that was quite fascinating. Another thing that occurs when you're saying this, like, do you ever feel that you've somewhat fetishised the rather microscopic industry of faith healers?
Come on, you big rocket penis, let's go.
Contrasted with the mass con practiced on the entire population of this Coca-Cola is going to make you feel young. Or this Apple product, if you don't have it, you're not good enough. Or buy this magazine, you should be like this. So these techniques of suggestion and evoking certain states through adrenaline, they're not only happening in a sort of that sort of rather ancillary, quaint way of the snake oil salesman. They're happening with great blocks of human consciousness smashed into annihilation by sort of a commercialised, consumerist culture, which I think is a sort of what do I want to say? Sort of saturation point, kind of a peak experience. Do you think about that? The
going to go or not?
Ability to manipulate and a social and cultural version of that.
Yeah. So I think partly that comes from the fact that if I'm going to, the targets or the subjects I'm going to look at, if I'm going to debunk them or recreate them or whatever, need to have a certain kind of theatrical quality to them, because if I'm performing and doing those things, they need. So it's easier to recreate faith healing than it say would be to look at those issues like in the form of a theatre show, and to an extent even in the form of a TV show, the sort of things that I do. Where I think they, I also lack a little bit of the, I don't know if it's just the balls or the sort of sense of mission with some of those bigger things. I kind of quite like, I don't like sticking my head too much above the parapet and getting shot at. It's just not quite me, so I tend to go for these things.
Why that? You're sweet and shy, man.
I'm sweet and shy. I'm an accommodator, that's probably why. I'm just naturally quite accommodating. But I do think. I can't
believe no one's tried to shoot at me yet.
What you've got in the
siren is the rocket's about to go off, but it's just not.
Is the faith model that's there? So you have to believe that post-healing, right? People are sent off, throw your pills away, and if the illness comes back, it's because you didn't believe enough. You didn't maintain your belief and faith that God had healed you, right? So of course it's going to come back the vast majority of the time, so you have this sort of cycle of self-blame. But that's exactly the same as the law of attraction, for example. It's the same thing. Rhonda Byrne says quite specifically in The Secret that put this belief out the universe doesn't.
Oh Lord!
Committed yourself fully to that belief, and it is your fault. And that. So although
blow up I'm not sure you blow it up. Actually, no, you can blow it up.
It is, I think, it's a symptom of a.
Remember seeing it explode and then it gets ripped up into a tornado. Oh, there's a tornado. It's on its way. Yeah, tornadoes are well cool. Get your wingsuit out and just fly about with it.
In a sense, American individualism through capitalism has a comparable message. If you don't succeed, if you're poor and your house is foreclosed, into the workforce.
Majority of sectors under enemy
He's good at basketball. Well, be good at basketball. I'm not tall enough.
Exactly.
Like it's sort of like it's a. I suppose this isn't something about mathematics.
Here we go. Oh shit!
The template is
They're blowing it up. What are they doing?
We were talking nothing before you came. My wife.
The siren stopped, it sounded like.
Something about say
Here we go.
you're imminent arrival.
Rocket time.
We
See if I can jump on top of it.
Why don't Darren Brown
It comes
take
up.
over the world? You know, like you could sort of like, why don't you know, take over a big corporation or a country or something? Is that because? Why is that?
I've never had any ambition at all, and I think.
Oh
it's
shit! Rocket went right into the helicopter. Oh no!
good for me.
Savage.
I've never had it means that I mean, I spend most of my time being asked to do things, speak at things, and just declining them because I suppose because they're a challenge or that's a bit of a stress, and I'm very good at avoiding anything that's stressful. Hence writing a book on stoicism essentially, which resonates very well if you're very good at avoiding stress. But which is sort of the flip side of it. Isn't it? I think I like the
guess
fact
I'll
that,
go down
I
and
never, I wanted to have a TV show or wanted to do this, wanted to do that. They kind of, I was just open to them. But what I only ever wanted was to just be enjoying myself from day to day, and that
Put it out into the
genuinely
universe.
just put it out in the universe.
I wouldn't mind a
drop my
TV
dream
show.
ball. Yeah, but that's yeah. So that's
You don't
worked
feel
for me, but-
very driven. You're quite happy with.
Yeah, I've never. No.
How is your anxiety and fear? Good with that.
Yeah, I've never really had. I get I know I can get a bit if. I know when I do get stressed, and it's normally because I want time on my own to read or stuff I need to do, and other things are interfering with that, and I know it makes me quite.
here comes a
curt and not very nice to be
tornado.
around. So I know it happens. So it's not like I don't
We've
ever
secured
get stressed.
Sector Charlie.
But I just don't really find. I try and set my expectations at a level where it's kind of just realistic.
When and why and how did you make the decision to? Whilst I understood what you said from talking to your mate who was a sort of into psychic stuff, that you recognised that as a paradigm, it felt familiar to your belief in Christianity. At what point did you throw it off, and at what point did you decide to wholly embody the man that you are with regards to sexuality?
Most sectors are now under our control.
That was kind of around 30.
Which is surprising, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah, I think it is. But yeah, it was somewhere around there. Because look, it's not going to change now, and I don't want to have a situation where
Enemy
turning up
and
to
Sector
my
Foxtrot.
partner, sort of seeing something all the time, and then it just being like a sort of a secret or like a weird, thing. So I sort of came out. But I had a friend take me out for dinner, and he came out to me. But he made it was such a big, serious thing for him. I just remember thinking, almost obliged to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, how terrible," because it was like he was taking his friends out for dinner one at a time. So I thought, okay, well, if I do this, I need to just treat it lightly and forget the fact that it feels such a huge, heavy weight on me because it isn't for other people. And that's the real lesson.
Why?
Don't care. It's of no interest at all.
Why did it feel heavy?
Because you carry around. And okay, I speak for myself. It might be vastly different now. I certainly carried around a lot of shame about it, which is and then when you do that, when you carry around a sort of a guilty sense of like, oh God, you develop a bit like all the ways I've found ways of avoiding the sore shoulder. Sort of maladaptive measures for the rest of the body to accommodate for that. So you get very good at finding ways of diverting from those conversations and never having to really address it. I think that horrible sort of 70s cliche of the gay man being the hairdresser or the interior decorator or the actor or the fashionista or whatever, I think comes from, there's an element of truth in it, because you get very good at putting on a dazzling surface, dressing oddly or whatever. And for a long time I was sort of doing that. Magic's a great way of doing that. Be this sort of interesting, controlling magician figure. I mean, that's a great way of diverting conversation from what size tits do you like, which is sort of occasionally people would try and tie me down on those questions. And I didn't
You're
really
moving in
know
some
how to
strange
answer.
circles. One, it was a circle where you weren't able to be open about your sexuality, and secondly, you hang out with chauvinists.
yes. Exactly. I think they were trying to cut to the core.
No, let's cut to the core there.
Yes.
Is it
You're back.
34B? Are we talking double H? What are you into, man?
Yeah.
Never mind these card tricks. Let's look at this catalogue of brothers.
So, are you from a small place, a small town, or?
I grew up in Purley, which is real sort of Candy Mail suburb.
Yeah, and there wasn't access to, because I feel like I've started to query these kind of boundaries and these terms more as sort of post-structuralist thought sort of kicks in and stuff. But like, you know, so even before saying I'm a heterosexual, but what I mean to say is I've never had sex with anyone other than women. But I feel like I still have had sort of sense of shame about myself, and I feel like, in a way, like my journey was like first thing I found was, oh right, I'm a performer. Then I'm a drug addict. Then all right, I can't do these drugs anymore. It's killing me. And then it was the sort of interfacing in an ever evolving way with what it means to be, inverted commas, spiritual, which is for me comes. Kindness, quite sort of simple ideas, although I can do bloody complicated versions if that's what you're into. But like what I feel for you when you say this, it feels to me like you went an unusually long time without people connecting to you in a way where you felt safe.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, I am a bit of a, we're all a bit of a loner, but I'm a bit of a loner. I think also I played on my own when I was young, because my brother's like 9 years younger than me, and I think if you play a lot alone as a kid, you tend to bring that with you as well into later life. So I'm definitely, a little on the introverted side.
Are you a good communicator in your relationship now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. But yeah, relationships are interesting, aren't they? Because they all the madness that you carry with you. I think the principal value of being in a relationship is that other person going, you can't do that. That's mad. You can't just be that person. You know, you're in a relationship now. Because otherwise, you just kind of crustate, don't you? Develop a shell around you of all this just unacceptable behaviour. And so it's, and now I said I'm sort of 48, so I find myself a little bit caught between that kind of Nietzschean urge of become who you are. Like there's this version of myself that I should be heading towards, and everyone else needs to clear out the way and let me do it. Versus the opposite of that, which is like, well, maybe the best version of myself is right now in the relationships that I've got. I've got a partner I love and 2 dogs that I love, and the sort of domestic ordinariness maybe is kind of a good thing. But the two do feel slightly pulling and pushing in different directions. But that's kind of that's interesting, and I think that's where relationships really important. Like letting relationship change you rather than just obsessing as to whether or not you're supposed to change the other person.
Yes.
Being open to change and somebody making you revise your presumptions of what's normal.
I'm lucky in that I have a sort of an ideology that has a degree of flexibility in it, i.e. specifically 12-step ideology, which is sort of, obviously about abstaining from drugs and alcohol.
Whoa, there's the tornado.
Philosophy
just lifting everything up. Jesus.
System involves inventory.
Alright, let's jump inside a bit.
Institution, quite sort of fundamental and basic principles. They really help you with stuff like incorporate.
Let's go.
If you don't like that person, don't do a relationship with them. Or you can change you. You can't change anybody else, right? And that it's nice that I have that as a reference point, because my tendency is, hey, would you not do anything like that? I'd like to become like this. That's my general, to be sort of quite sort of dictatorial about how other people behave. And now when I've got myself doing it,
you get out of it, I was going to die.
To relinquish it.
Get out.
You were drawn to Stoicism when I've listened to you talking about it before, and it seems to me that, because I know you've studied it, it sounds to me like it's, in a sense, from a classical tradition that encompasses a lot of ideas that we might recognise in Eastern philosophy.
Yeah, well, the first Stoics were from the East, so it's sort of taken some recognisably Buddhist ideas and let them sit in a quite Western, rational sort of mode and language. And then interestingly, of course, Christianity came along and had to bring the Stoics over, so 500 years later, so it kind of used a lot of Stoic ideas, but Christianized them, like the idea of the dutiful citizen, which the Christian upstanding duty. It's actually a very Stoic idea.
Well, that's
so
cool.
You sort of follow this Christian ideas up to Stoics and some really building into.
You want to still win it?
How did they get into the classical world, these Eastern ideas?
They just the first Stoics.
Cool. Oh, yeah, it is one last push.
Persia and these places and were starting this
sort of Hellenistic colonial.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a real hodgepodge. But it's. I think.
Oh, I think I hit him there.
It's
See that last little tap?
Cognitive behavioural therapy is based quite explicitly on Stoic
Magical
principles, and that's very popular nowadays.
Well, CBT, that just
Yeah.
means
Don't be ridiculous. You're not going to get hit by a bus. There's no buses on your street. Is it that? Is it like rationally think about what you're saying?
It's sort of it's kind of about just stepping into the
I don't know what to do tonight.
throwing a spanner into these.
Padma's gone to Chennai to have like a bit of a bar day and treat herself and all this, so I can't talk to her much.
Stoicism is basically about
The next couple of days. Might have a couple of drinks tonight. I think Rich is going to come
on
online in a bit.
With what you're doing at the moment.
Well, he says that he is, but he probably,
everything else, what other
just
people do, how they let you down or how they whatever.
text me tomorrow saying, "Oh, sorry, I fell asleep" or something. You know what he's like.
You can decide that all of those things are fine. Doesn't always come easily, that thought, and sometimes you have to really let it kind of drip into the soul and take hold. But all of the things out of your thoughts and actions you can decide are fine. Now it gets complicated with matters of social injustice, for example, because you might really want to change something and create change in the world and not decide that it's fine. So then you distinguish again the same thing between, well, what am I in charge of? What's my thoughts and actions? So I can do the best that I possibly can to change that thing. I might devote my life to creating social change. So I can commit to that, but I won't commit to the
All right.
outcome that may happen a generation later. I may only be the starting point for it, or, again, easier said than done, but the basic idea is not trying to control things. And part of that then is it's our reactions to things that create problems, not the things themselves. These are ideas that have drifted down a couple of thousand years.
And they're in 12
Exactly, yeah. And they're big ideas. That's where they came from. One of the Stoa was this porchway where they would stand and just came from these guys standing around in Athens.
You consider these more than just hanging around the doorways, quietly evangelical. It's nice. That's really beautiful. I suppose those kind of principles, hearing them now, they're in guard against imagination and hysteria, like a sort of one aspect of the imagination is of course incredibly creative and wonderful, but another aspect of the imagination, and I believe there are classical terms for this, the imagination veritas and the imagination fantastico, I think it's something like that. The imagination fantastico. So, oh my god, I could be eaten by a dragon. Oh no, I'm worried. Is that a lump? Where you could go crazy with fantasy, but also our imagination, of course, has been constructed for imagination, and to guard against hysteria. But there is, I see the incredible value of Stoicism.
Damn.
Even studying it and writing about
Well,
it, you studied to...
You certainly fired back.
Was that to do with joy or...
Yeah, what Stoicism brilliantly is a robust sense of self.
You can do more laundry.
He was born in a time of
Cool. You're doing a big old lot. I always used to do that. Do like 3 or 4 bits in one go.
That real hodgepodge. It was very useful then.
Get like a month's worth
also very
done.
useful in terms of internal strife and just generally living in uncertain times and all of that. And that basic idea of not trying to control what's out of your control, and deciding those things are fine. I mean, it is brilliant advice. But where they're not so hot, are, and they, well, whether or not so, things like kindness and a sense of community and so on. Now it does all loop back round into how you deal with other people, and into they were movers and shakers. They had a great sense of community, and it was all about how you get on with other people.
Well, move.
But really, their strength isn't in reaching out kindly. Their strength is all about fortifying itself. So I wrote this book called me, which took about 3 years of writing, which each year when I was on tour, I'd write a block of it. And about a year before that, I'd been reading the Stoics. So it had sort of become part of me and part of my kind of language, and it really resonated with me. I think if you're naturally quite introverted anyway, it really resonates. It finds language for stuff that you felt, but maybe you're foolish or childish for thinking, and then you go, oh no, here are grown-ups that have found a lovely way of saying it. So that was nice. But as I got to the end, things like, the whole point is the reason for not trying to control these things that aren't under your control is to avoid disturbance, right? You're trying to create a sort of a tranquility. That was their model of happiness, which is great and so helpful a lot of the time. But disturbance and anxiety are really important as well, because how do you know that something is wrong? Like, how do you know that you need to change something unless you, first of all, it makes you feel anxious? How do you know whether you need to change your job? You need to change your job because it's only when the job feels and makes you unhappy that you know you need to change it. So actually what's, I think, more useful is like letting anxiety sit comfortably within you and letting that be part of your integrated sense of who you are. That's more important, I think, than just trying to avoid it, because then there's a fine line between that and
where should we go?
You never grow, or you just never kind of move forward, because you think anxiety is always something to be avoided. So that's, I still think it really holds up. But just as you said, just the edges of it, that I thought, well, there's other things that are important. Finding meaning in life. They're not really big on meaning particularly. Importance of anxiety, importance of kindness and so on. But there's other things that are really worth exploring too.
Yes, like as you say, often I'm trying, like whilst a lot of what you have said is practically embedded in the systems that I use to cope with my own somewhat tumultuous inner life. That avoidance of disturbance seems necessary for my character type, but I can see also the necessity for being open to anxiety in order, these. I try to think of it as best I can with the limits I have from an evolutionary perspective of what is the function of fear, what is the function of anger. These things have some sort of biochemical or primal function. And, all of us must live in this state of translation, with living as we do with a biochemical anatomical system designed for a completely different era. And here we are trying to tackle it and cope with it, and it seems that there is an enormous disjunct broadly. I mean, civilization in a sense is the description of that disjunct. You were designed to live in these conditions, but now you live in these conditions, and many of those things fantastic, because so many beautiful things about culture, architecture, medicine, technology, science, so many beautiful things. But sometimes when it comes to the inner life of an individual or the behaviour of communities and collectives, there is this jarring dichotomy between who we actually are and the life we're living, which I sometimes experience on occasion when I glance at politics, which I seldom do these days. I'll sometimes just see them. I remember when I was a kid watching, it was the first time when I was about 16, I guess, they started to put House of Commons on the telly at night.
I remember that, yeah.
And it was like a big deal, wasn't it, that they put cameras in there. And I had taken some acid, and I remember watching it and having this very raw experience of, that can't be what's happening. To run, that's the you're watching the process. As I've become older and somewhat integrated what were once quite tangential psychic experiences into sort of my dominant perspective, I see for example, Theresa May speaking, and oh my God, you can't be in charge. Go sit down, have some tea, relax for a minute.
Nice spa weekend, that's what she needs.
Do the spa weekend, some reading. If everyone just be nice to this person, who's clearly under a great deal of stress. Now that whole system, and don't blame yourself, this entire system of government cannot possibly work. What are you trying to work with an ideology dreamt up 500 years ago? It's not going to work anymore. Now come on, let's have a serious attempt at a better idea. All of us, stop panicking. Don't be self-interested. You're coming from your ego. It feels to me that there are sort of giant tracts of humanity that are evolving beyond the systems that we operate within, but those systems are sort of governed by people with vested interest in their sustenance. Yeah. So it's quite difficult to oppose them. I had to go once, do you remember?
Yes, you did. You did.
A terrible headache.
I imagine. It's nice to know you've So you've turned all that down as far as you're
leaving that alone for a little while until I'm a bit more grounded and rooted and absolutely certain of what it is we're supposed to be doing.
Well, that's another thing, isn't it? I think, and another reason why somebody might be skeptical of something like Stoicism is just that it's an ism, and I think I'm quite happy for the sort of there's Stoicism that's against anxiety, but also the importance of anxiety. I think embracing the fact that we've always been very good versus evil. We've always had this sort of binary thing: God, Satan, good, evil, right and wrong. And we could probably do it a bit more yin and yang. That life is messy and it's complicated, and we have to be able to balance, I think, opposites and ambivalence and ambiguity. And we're terrible at that. We don't like it, and it's for a number of obvious reasons. We're not very good at doing it, but that's part of growing up. When you're a baby, you scream and hopefully somebody gives you what you want, and that's how you start life. And ideally, the mother is gradually sort of, the caregiver is sort of letting you down, slowly making you realise that you're not always going to get. This is Donald Winnicott, who was sort of the successor to Freud, had this lovely idea of the good enough mother. Freud had created this idea that the mothers had to be sort of perfect because you kids were just being ruined by everything. So much damage was being done by everything. And Winnicott very nicely said, no, it's just you've got to be good enough. You actually have to let your kid down. You have to never quite give them everything they want, so that they learn that life isn't like that. So what that means is getting older and maturing. Growing up is about tolerating ambiguity and having an ambivalence, having room for things just being complicated and not being, they're not being simple answers or one ism that will give you everything. Don't you agree?
I totally agree. Krishnamurti goes, truth is a pathless land, that each of us have our own individual.
He's a newsreader. What does he know?
Well, I'm not talking about Krishna.
We're talking about the guru Krishnamurti.
Hey! Well done. That's good punning.
That was good punning. I said it quite quietly, it wasn't quite confident. Swallowed it. Hope you can lift it with the
often a pun, one can be reticent to use it in this day and age, but it's like that. Especially, that's not the first time I've brought up Krishnamurti, and it ain't the first time that the person has responded, the newsreader, but it is the first time that someone's gone the Guru Krishnamurti.
Thank you.
We're through the looking
glass
glass now, Darren.
I'm now helping myself to a cashew.
You're moving to denser, fattier snacks by way of reward. Yeah, truth is a pathless land, meaning that there's sort of, like you said, the sort of ambiguity of our inner lives is likely to require more than a one-size-fits-all ideology. The ideologies themselves. This is a lot of stuff, mate. That's about we must embrace our individual experience as the guide. And Terence McKenna, who I absolutely adore, he's a sort of he's dead now, but he was very much plant medicine, one of the most lucid and brilliant talkers and thinkers. Check him out. He's got a very curious voice, I have to say. But he talks about a lot about we're having our sort of consciousness prescribed to us, and we're not being given access to our birthright as free. He would query the term citizens, because citizen embedded in that term is the fact that we're conditioned and that our realities are dominated and governed, and we're not just talking about freedom as in
walked straight into that one.
Sexual expression, freedom of cultural expression, but that we're choosing from a very limited palette before we even know it, which is something that I'm sort of, I try to incorporate these rather more maverick outsider thinkers with, as best I can, not conventional when you're talking about Foucault, but with academic thinkers, sort of in this case post-structuralists, who would invite you to query and deconstruct the narratives that we take for granted. Most obviously in this day and age, sort of like white colonial imperialist narratives, which are now being queried, but like Foucault would take it even deeper about the structure of power, the dynamic between the powerful and the powerless, and how to use and odd that is. So essentially where this is all leading, Darren, is do you want to do some hallucinogenic drugs?
Is there something in the cashews?
They're laden with
Well, I was
lysergic
going to say,
acid.
they're quite zesty, aren't they? Quite zingy.
Strap in, Darren. We're off. I hope you've kept some of them hypnotic skills because I'm a very nervous traveller.
But that process you've spoken about is exactly the human process, isn't it? We mentioned Jung earlier on, but Jung said the greatest burden a child bears is the unlived life of its parents. So from an early age, we are taking on board a load of messages that we receive and we're too young to question about, basically messages that come down to you are powerless and the world is powerful. This is your relation as a small being to this big world. This is what it wants from you. And then we grow up with that in place, kind of a skewed.
Oh man, how the fuck did that not hit it?
Make things fit that, and we so that you know the same problems repeat themselves in our relationships because we're actually just, without realizing we're doing it, looking for what feels familiar, or we get addicted to certain things, or obsess over things, or avoid certain things. You know, and it's obviously what Jung was very keen on was that we
Oh well, he died.
integrate all of these. The self is something that's whole and integrated because when we try and shut off aspects of
Way fucking hell
they
through the
become
floor.
these unconscious, the shadow, isn't it? The parts of us that are
Let's stop.
uncomfortable, but it's
Have a
it's
look
the
where the
unconscious
storm's
parts,
coming
it's the
from.
onus, of
Can we have a
course.
look? M?
And
Escape.
the goal of, I think, certainly Jung therapy, everything generally in therapy is to not necessarily grab a
There's a
cure,
tornado.
but it's to have a more meaningful dialogue with the self and all those different aspects of the self, and not just try and shut them off. So you're aiming for sort of a consciousness, but it's a consciousness of these things that are otherwise unconscious, parts of yourself that need to be brought into the mix and honoured. Which is why the Greeks with their gods, I mean, they did it so well that they didn't really believe that these gods were God in the way that we think of God nowadays. They were aspects of the self, essentially, that needed honouring. So you would honour the goddess of whatever, the god of creativity or eros, because if you didn't, that bit's going to come back and bite you, which is what happens in the self. You know, the TV evangelist who rages against homosexuality and then gets caught in bed with a friend boy sometime later, and his career's over. Same thing, just shutting off one aspect of his personality.
Turns out I was a bit gay during that and I overreacted.
Yeah, that's right. And
It's the same thing. It's the narratives. We're living by those narratives. It's just exactly what you were saying, but just internally.
Sometimes, yes, I completely agree. It's, in fact, easier to observe, the narrative of Christianity is not fitting in with my experience, and then one evolves your own narrative that incorporates our understanding of who we really are in relation to Christianity and what we reject. But it is still a narrative that we've constructed that will similarly have blind spots in it. So, you know, of course, none of us know of what our unconscious mind is constituted by its
Virtue
very
of the fact it's unconscious.
yeah, difficult to incorporate.
So what does it mean to you now? What does Christianity mean to you now? What's your as an interesting and grown-up and thoughtful person, what's your interesting and grown-up and thoughtful version of religious belief that they do?
Well, because Christianity encompasses so many texts beyond its central canon, the Old and New Testament, I'm fascinated by the contributors such as Augustine and Aquinas, and also when I have conversations with clerics, I try to see where are you at with this story. You know, I find literalism quite difficult to take because by its nature it's limiting. So when I think of the figure of Christ, I approach it as I have no problem with the idea that God may have come to earth in human form, but I don't quite know how to deal with that in 2019, other than the potential, that perhaps God is awareness, perhaps the very phenomena of being a person that can experience having a body, having a mind, having senses, feeling emotions, is a connection to God, and that if we could somehow embody this, if we could somehow ascend, if we can die on the cross to the flesh self and be reborn as the person that lives moment to moment in awareness and awakeness. And I, like you, because obviously if you're interested in it's like you're interested in in the notes are archetypes and myth and perennialism. One of these guys I've been doing, I meditate as much as I can, and I've been meditating with this on YouTube with this guy Mooji, just listen to his videos. I mean, MOOJI, well good meditations they are, and he's very good at getting you quite quickly to acknowledge I've not got anything to do. He's sort of got a West Indian, I think, accent. You've got nothing to do. You're not trying to achieve anything. You're not trying to get away from anything. Just experience your awareness. Experience your awareness, and then he sort of seems to.
Ooh, bit of a backflip.
No, it's natural to have thoughts that neither push those thoughts away nor follow them. And he, over the course of these meditations I've been listening to, establishes it.
After that, you certainly do.
In me this idea of, I see that my awareness is separate from every single belief about myself. There was one where he said, "You are not just a vessel of concepts." Like the concept that I am a man, I am English, I like this, I don't like that. You are. I mean, if all these concepts are being put in there is some space that they're being put into.
Yes.
And through this practice, which again, the reason I mentioned perennialism is there is some consistency every type of meditation I've ever done. As a paradigm, whether it's transcendental meditation or the stuff I've done with Andy Puttigan's thing, Headspace, they're all ultimately
going head first into the storm. Fucking hell, I can't talk today.
Well, the moment you go, I am having these feelings.
Head first into this storm.
Something having those feelings. So feelings are not you; they're something you have, and that gives you a bit of space and leverage. I find to
Let's do it.
To sort of take a breath and not be overwhelmed.
Wee! Fucking hell! Jesus!
About that, we can take some things we talked about earlier, like if I am a guest house, come in anxiety, come in jealousy. You might want to revise your guest policy. But
let me in.
Suggestion that we are somehow being inhabited by these humans, and again, like you said about the Greek gods, ice, or like a genius like Shakespeare. I see that Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairies' midwife. These entities, these energies, we are temporarily occupied by them, but we are not. And as I'm raising children at the moment, and when I'm talking to
How do I get out? Oh, Lord. Come on, let me out.
I'm giving her, because they're so new and she's just learning language, I think I'd already told myself, don't teach her to say things like, I am angry. Try to teach her to sort of recognise that temporarily she is feeling anger. But
there we go, I'm out of it.
Grammatic complexity, yeah.
Just about.
Okay. I'm not. If she doesn't crack it in another week, I'm going to get another one. That's what I promised myself. A very clever child. I'm not going to yield on that.
And was the I don't know what the timeline is, but in terms of you kind of embracing that belief in God, was that part and parcel of the
I'll get on this.
program? Did it predate it, or is it all kind of part of the same thing?
I'll do it on the way down.
In a sense,
I
can't trace a line, as it were, because part of it was like you as a kid, I was always playing on my own. So this sense of who is this in here that's always present? Who's feeling these things? And then when I became a drug addict, and part of that was sort of recreational hallucinogens and stuff, and experiencing, hold on, I'm still here, but I know that Russell is not real, none of our constructs are real, and I know that the dimension of the sensory realm is but a limited frequency, because I am beginning to experience these frequencies. Then I wasn't allowed to take no more drugs because I was overreacting to them and overdoing them, so I had to stop. But then through meditation and yoga, not so dense and immediate or as vivid, but in a rather more sort of subtle and gentle way, I began to experience it. And I've been doing these breath techniques recently as well, and through them, experiencing altered states of consciousness, but where the observer, the witness, is still present. And somehow, to me, these states are connected to ideas such as love and kindness and oneness, which which I sort of, you know, again, I'm making these connections, but it sort of resonates with stuff I've read in sort of C.S. Lewis. I'm sure when he writes in Mere Christianity, that when we talk about morality, which I think any atheist would be fine with, like, when we talk about morality, it's a sort of an inborn sense that don't do that, that's out of order.
Yeah.
And like, you know, so, and from, again, someone might say, no, that's evolutionary psychology and reciprocal altruism. And for me, this is just a deliberate sort of like demystifying and no, we did that because back in the tribe, if you help someone, they might give you a coconut in a couple of months. Like, I feel like, well, wait, don't go out of your way to say people are arseholes. You know, we've got enough of that in the Old Testament. Like, you know, the sins of the father will be visited on the same. Like, these narrative templates are, whether they're presented atheistically or theologically, have either you can be optimistic about human beings, we are beautiful and we will succeed and we love one another, or you can say, no, humans are just wankers. You know, and I can't take that.
It can be both, can't it? It's
Right,
like
yeah.
free will or not free will. You can actually say you can have both. And
Yes.
one is a language that's useful for understanding the situation from one aspect, and another is useful for understanding it from another perspective. But again, it's that thing of ambivalence, ambiguity being okay. Both can be true. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Do you meditate then?
I don't.
Why?
I don't.
What are you doing when you're telling people to clear off and leave you alone? Have a good meditation.
I read a lot. There's the Stoic form of meditation, which is just. I do that now rather than, you know, good. Check Twitter.
Why won't you
So
do
to
a nice
start-
meditation?
I think.
You're already being evangelical. You said
Yeah,
that,
I want to know.
irritated by
Maybe I
religion.
should. I think because I've always felt like
Foxtrot sector has
I'm a
slowed
bit
to
of a
hostile.
stranger to anxiety and distress, which I may not be, but because of that, I've not for myself felt that I've needed it. I've certainly sort of tried it because it feels similar to self-hypnosis and so on. But like my partner, for example, is a bit more, has more of a kind of stress thing, that's more a thing in his life, so I've definitely like recommended it to him and suggested he
Why don't
do
you do
it.
it together?
We'll do it together.
It's a lovely thing
we'd
to do
find a way of
together.
arguing, I think, during...
You're not doing it properly.
Yeah.
It's a very beautiful thing.
It's very beautiful and very useful and very sensible, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to know what would happen to your mind if you did it. I'd like to know what your experiences were.
I'd probably just
And is
find
that not motivation? I don't mind, probably, Darren. Half a mind to crap you
Our
there.
resources are few.
But, so I've been getting, because like, I suppose it's me.
I need a wee at some point.
You do that before it, or during, if necessary.
during.
I remember the very first time I met you, as a matter of fact, which was prior to the time on the land job I actually went with my husband. There was this time where I was at the Soho Theatre, and you were in there. I'd just done a show, so I was sort of 150 seat bar room. So it was a while ago, let me tell you. So, I remember I see you in the table, like, sat down, I was quite excited to see you. And I was like, "Where's Darren Brown?" We sat on the table next to you, and I didn't want to trouble you, but then I think like someone needed a chair or something, and I took a chair from one. You know how you have to go? You're meant to go. Do you need this chair? I don't think I did that properly, and I went and got this chair. I think you asked me to get the chair, maybe, and I thought,
Maybe.
fucking Darren Brown, he's Darren Brown me all over this bar. I'm getting chairs. I remember it caused some sort of kerfuffle. Go, hey, that's my chair. And I went, hold on a minute, I don't remember doing this. What's going on?
remember that
It's
at
Darren
all.
Brown.
I don't remember that at all. That's how I used to use my powers back in the day.
Just
Really.
getting people to shuffle furniture
Yeah, just to
around.
shuffle up a bit so I could. Yeah. I remember seeing you at my show. Did you stand out?
Cambridge
a bit?
Circus.
It was Cambridge Circus. You were quite tall and distinctive, and I remember that being it really throwing me for most of the show, trying not to look.
I was really concerned that at some point I was going to be like, now Russell, you come up here and take out your trousers and pants and do this little dance. Oh shit, now I'm doing a dance. It's bad enough when I had to move that chair.
See, I kind of
Alpha sector has
I
been
feel
seized
I
by
can disappear
hostiles.
quite easily. Whereas I remember Stephen Fry doing that. It's just saying he's quite tall and you kind of can't miss him, and so he's had to kind of just embrace that a lot more in terms of being aggressive. So again, when I've seen you with people, they come up and want to say hello. You're so brilliant and present, and is it a? Yeah, I guess that has just it's just you've just had to make that part of. Is it different now you've moved out of London? By the way, is that?
Yeah,
Is
it's
it?
posh round here, no one cares.
No one cares.
And like, it's all right. But you were very good in the kitchen with my wife and her friends. You seem like sort of quite garrulous. I sometimes feel like that these sort of, you know, whether or not it's a sort of a high-minded cultural historical ideology that we're imposing on ourselves, or a sort of a parochial, local, individual belief, like I am shy, that in a sense we can, you know,
I was faking it with your wife. I didn't warm to her on any level.
Destroyed me a second time. But like you seemed there, I thought, oh look here, you seem sprightly, spry, warm, and at ease. Have you ever used these tech? Because it's interesting. Say I'm mates with Paul McKenna. I've not spoken to him for a long time actually, but he sort of transitioned from like, you know, sort of stage hypnotist into the much more, who's that dude, the NLP dude who's slightly scary, yes. Richard Bandler, like NLP, you know, because we're in the same wheelhouse. Once you're sort of saying, you know, and I absolutely adore Tony Robbins, who seems to be able to just shoot lasers at you that turn you into sort of positivity. Have you ever considered that route?
I see. I'm not. That's where the shyness maybe kicks in. I think I'm not. You know, going back to those narratives that we live by from a young age, there are, as I'm sure you know, there are some big, like, sort of personality types, and one big thing is: do you avoid stress, or do you move towards it? Do you move towards it to fix it, which says, roughly speaking, what my partner tends to do. He's great at sort of like, stuff needs to be sorted out, is on it. I avoid it constantly. So that's great for a kind of tranquil life, but it's not very good for motivating a room of people and becoming an international guru in motivation. I'm very happy if my, you know, I've got a clean day in the diary, my phone never goes, that's I can just sit and read, and that's it. That's like a really happy day. So no, I just am not constitutionally made to do it. I get asked, will you come and, you know, give a sales talk to our team on how they can sell things better, or come and give some motivational team buildership thing, and I don't know what I'd say.
You should go film it. I think it'd be quite good to hear your lethargic, stoic approach to sales.
Well, exactly. And I think, you know, if you think about stuff, also you just end up. It's like, you know, politically, you know, I guess I'm kind of liberal and a bit lefty, but all I can see is, well, that's part of the story. You know, you have left wing, or you have this thing of like the right wing protects the group. I mean, they seem to me to be a bit like the baddies in some ways at the moment, but the right wing urge is to protect the group, and that's really important, because sometimes we are groupish creatures, and you protect the group, but that can happen at the expense of weaker individuals. So then you've got the liberal urge, which is to protect those weaker individuals, which is really important, but that can happen at the expense of overall stability sometimes. So both sides are like, you know, part of the story, and if you take the nasty individuals out of it, or people that you don't like, the key thing where you find truth in humanity is in the dialogue between the sides, right? Not just in one side or the other. Yes. So how do you begin to ally yourself to any strong political motivations? I just don't. I just never settle down on any kind of opinion or whatever that is, motivation with enough force to do anything about it, because I'm quite happy just to go, it's complex and, you know, difficult, there's no easy answers. And if there are, I say,
you might be a bit enlightened in a very sort of unassuming way, you know, because I've noticed a lot of people that are vibrating on a high frequency, they tend not to get too worked up about sort of the mechanics of the materialistic world. You know, like sometimes I feel like, you know, you see some glorious guru swathed in saffron, like hanging out with Bill Clinton or whatever, and I might think, well, can't you know, but look at the things that have happened and the complex, you know, and I sense that, you know, like when I think about that, the sort of the spectrum of current, say, British political life, or to a degree American political life, the two sort of worlds I know, you know, a bit about, not much, I have to say. Like I can really strongly identify with people that feel that they've been cheated and swindled and overlooked and ignored and are angry. And similarly, my general sense is to be passionate and loving, you know. And also, though, that would of course have to extend to people that you disagree with, otherwise what it is just a different type of tribal
We did a really interesting experiment. I did the show Sacrifice, which was on, which is also on Netflix now. So it's the last TV show that I did, and there's quite a lot. At the start of the show, there's this audition day, and there's like 100 people on Tuesday night. So we did a lot on that day, which never made the show. And one of the things we did was so that the room is actually divided between people who identify strongly left wing and strongly right wing. So we did some things. So could you get
Nice bit in the washing
to change
machine.
their opinions? What would it take? Based
Nice,
on
you've had a bit of a day of it, haven't you? Bit of day of washing.
One of the reasons why the Conservatives, or at least right wingers, tend to have
Yeah, they're right, aren't they?
tend to have an electoral advantage, is that they hit a lot of moral trigger points for us. And there's a great book called The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt that goes into this.
I don't know what this is supposed to do.
Because they're about protecting the group, so that taps into our instinct for things like preserving authority.
We can sort the claim objectives. US forces are moving quickly into them.
And so on. There's a bunch of sort of moral triggers that they tap into, whereas the liberal urge is mainly about compassion. That's sort of one note that tends to get hit. And because generally like Republican right-wing majority...
Damn it, fucking hell. Well, I'm getting out of that.
However, the point of this experiment is by priming people with different with these sort of instincts, could you get them to change their socio-political views? So if you're protecting the group, which is the right-wing instinct, you're very sensitive to threat, right? Threat to the group. And the first experiment we did was we flashed up loads and loads of images. Everyone's wired up to these clever things that can read their, micro this, and sweating and so on. And sure enough, every time it sounds silly, but you flash up a picture of a puppy or a kitten or something that would make you feel compassionate, all the left-wingers fire up, right? They physiologically fire up, nothing really happens on the right-wing side. When it's pictures of witches and ghosts and monsters and aliens, all the right-wingers, because it's stealing our jobs. It's threat, right? So that was like interesting, and it sort of was exactly what the research said would happen. So then we did this experiment, which was also part of written up in Jonathan Haidt's book, where the idea came from. So you take your right-wingers, whose the basic idea is one of threat. That's
Nemesis is calling me 2 secs.
Right, they're more prone to feeling threat from outside. What if you made them feel invincible? So I just got them to imagine they had a superpower that meant that they were impervious to harm.
Just got to imagine it, or you hypnotise them?
No hypnosis. Literally, just I'm reading a script. They close their eyes. All of you just imagine this, and now fill out the questionnaire. And the questionnaire is asking for their socio-political views. They've answered these same questions before, worded a bit differently, so it's not obvious they're repeated.
Oh, cool.
But we've got their answers from before, and now we look at their answers after that 5-minute priming exercise to feel imaginatively less threat, right? To feel invincible, and their answers are more left-wing. We did the opposite thing with the left-wingers by inducing disgust, which is another kind of which is why all this, the sort of racist rhetoric and so on historically has always been tied in with
Rats.
language, rats, dirt, and so on, vermin.
Parasite, swarm.
So we literally had fake sick on the floor as they came in. There was rubbish and crap everywhere. The room stunk. We were apologising, saying there'd been an accident before, but we had to do this really quickly, so ignore the smell, sorry. They come in, I give them a brief visualisation about what happens to the body after you die and how it decomposes, and then they fill out the same questions, and they give much more right-wing answers. And it was really...
Enough for them to cross camps?
Yeah, well, pretty much, yeah, absolutely. They're giving... it's a big difference. It's a big difference. So the interesting thing there is, we like to think that our religious, our political convictions are rationally come by, that we weigh up the issues, we weigh up the... but they're not. They're these gut instincts that we have to things like threat and disgust and so on, which colour everything else, and the rational mind follows afterwards.
So if you create a cultural environment that's predicated on fear and disgust, and you're not good enough, that's a considerable enticement to move in the direction of conservatism, to the point where even what is in the current rhetoric regarded as the left wing. I mean, one of the sort of challenges I have is when people go, left wing, sort of when you talk about American politics, say, left wing media conspiracy. I think They're not bloody left wing. They're supposed to, like, they sponsor global corporations. They take all their funding. They're not talking about dissolution or like serious taxation. Like there is no serious left wing, and I would say that's because the environment is sort of sustaining, and that's why that sustaining a state of borderline disgust continually, sort of topping that up. I mean, obviously that's a very beautiful example that you've given, very sort of precise and observable. But I feel like we can't, what do I want to say, exclude what our cultural experience, if there could ever be such a thing as a shared cultural experience. But I'm talking about mainstream media, cities and towns in the UK and across America, and the sort of like our sort of shared sense of what's happening in the world now. How high is fear in the mix right now today for most people? High. How how much are people worrying about the sort of boundaries are being broken down? There's not a great deal of optimism, and that surely the bias of that is going to be, based on what you've just told me, one would imagine that the results might be sort of.
Yeah, well, that is one thing that when I look at both of those sides, although I sort of try and weigh them up and think, well, look, they're both valid, it's hard not to see, well, that side is about fear and threat, the other side is about compassion, and it's hard not to go, oh, there's a kind of there's a nicer side there. I mean, but it does come down, again, it's such an important point, is the dialogue between the two, because they both keep each other in check.
Thesis, antithesis, synthesis is the way I've had that described, and evidently you have as well. I suppose, like, I feel like given the options, so can we not build our systems based on compassion and kindness? And the immediate fear that emerges is, but not everyone's going to do it, so who's going to guard the boundaries of our compassionate enclaves? Men with guns. Guns are the answer.
Yeah, it's hard, and it's always what you see. There's the fear of the outsider, the fear of the threat coming in from the outside is all about the importance of protecting the group. That's really all it is. It just tends to show itself in horrible ways, particularly if you are predisposed at a gut level to feel compassion for weaker individuals or disenfranchised people, because they're going to suffer that when the but it's the same. Again, like, what interests me always is the internal life. More than that. So it's the same thing. Do you have a dialogue with the sides of yourself that you feel threatened by, or do you try and integrate them and have that dialogue, or do you shut them out and pretend they don't exist?
Belatedly in my own life, the reason I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu now is because I recognise that I'd gone, I'm not ever going to go in that room. I'm scared of it there. Right. And then, like, I sort of, hold on a minute, if you're going to become a father and you're going to individuate and incorporate that, you can't, like, otherwise I've just got this sort of fizzing sense of rage that's underwritten by kind of dreadful fear of impotence, and now because I'm regularly beaten to a pulp by martial arts experts, somehow that's lessening.
Has it been a useful thing?
Very much. Certainly psychologically. I would say primarily psychologically. I'm certainly no better at jiu-jitsu. No, I'm much better at jiu-jitsu than I was, but it's taught me a lot of things. One, like, humility, because even though I'm learning all of these things, there are still people, like, you're continually fighting people that are more advanced than you. That jiu-jitsu is interesting because it's sort of like wrestling and grappling, not punching in the face. You can spar it to a relatively intense level, particularly with people that are about your own ability. People that are better tend to give you a little bit of freedom and take on the role of educator.
And is it one of those martial arts where you're always working with the sort of energy the person's giving you and deflecting and moving with them rather than like coming up against it?
My feeling is that most martial arts have to acknowledge those principles, but the thing that sort of mostly defines it is the sort of proximity, and for me that was a very interesting thing, to be sort of so close to men, getting sat on, squashed, choked, armbarred, all this stuff.
Sign me up!
He's embracing his sexuality now, baby. It's go on, get down here. It was it's like stubble and smell, and like it's sort of it's very visceral, but also very sort of loving, because the way it's sort of practiced is you tap to submit, so there's sort of so much trust there. If you sort of go like the other person stops choking you immediately, so there's a sort of a complicity in it. I love it. It's sort of it's earthing me, and helping me to sort of embody an aspect of myself that I've neglected. And my only relationship with my body, really, I didn't like doing sport, school, any of that sort of stuff. My relationship with my body was my sexuality, and primarily for quite a promiscuous period for a decade ago. And then faithful marriage, so I've got to like learn what to do, with all that energy. It's got to go somewhere. It's mostly going into the arms of a jiu-jitsu instructor. I don't mean any fluid form. No, to be clear there. Just in terms of the raw kilojoules. Yeah, and this is, I think, certainly one of the longest. One of the most rewarding. You've certainly eaten more snacks than any other person.
I've eaten our combined body weights in grapes and cashews, but they're very nice.
When I think of some of the people who've had here, like Yuval Noah Harari or Al Gore, they've never so much as been touched a grape. Probably out of suspicion. They've probably got too much of that.
I had a cake made by Charlotte.
Yeah, I know. Look at it. I mean, these sort of abundantly consumed calories. I've loved it. I also think we talked about personal stuff probably more than I can remember talking about. It felt very sort of like, certainly I did, and it felt like it had that kind of level. So,
I've greatly enjoyed this.
Have you?
Yeah.
Me too. I've really enjoyed it. I was just checking the wonderful research done by Django. I've not asked why you were the patron of Parrot Zoo. It seems negligent to answer that. Particularly if you are the patron of the Parrot Zoo.
I had the
we ask this to everyone.
Patron saint. I have a little parrot. I've always had little parrots, and I got asked to. It's kind of the extent of my charitable activities.
I do parrots,
but I do. It's called the what's it called now? The Lincolnshire Wildlife Trust. It's up this way.
They've just taken Delta Sector.
And in Boston is the sort of area. Not Boston, America. Boston up there, and it's a. Can I tell you a brief parrot story that the guy told me? So so Steve that runs it, part of his job is going out to the homes of people who have parrots, because they live for a long time, right? The big macaws. They live for 80, 90, a long time. But they can get a bit aggressive or whatever in their later years. So often people have to get rid of them. So he ends up taking on a lot of people's parrots. So he always goes to see if there's a problem that can be solved first. So he went to this elderly couple's house. And he ends up sitting with the husband, let's call him Dave, or the wife is in the kitchen, and he says, "Why do you feel like you've got to get rid of this bird?" Which was an African bird. And Dave said, "Well, I love the bird a lot, but I think Doris, my wife, is starting to I think her mental health's not what it was, and if I've got to look after them both, it's going to be difficult." And while he's talking, the wife comes in with a cup of tea and gives it. "There you go, Dave." And goes out, and he's like, "That is the seventh cup of tea she's brought me in the last half hour. I can't be looking after them both, so I think the parrots are going to go." So Steve, my friend, is like, "Okay, well that's I understand that." And he wanders into the kitchen to talk to the wife, asks her the same question: how does she feel about it? And why does she want to get rid of the bird? And she says, "Well, I'd love to keep the bird, but I think Dave, my husband, is becoming a bit of a handful." And while she's talking, Dave calls out from the other room, "I'll stick the kettle on, Doris." And she's like, "God, that's what, the 8th cup of tea? Like he's asked for the last half an hour? I can't be looking after them both." So she makes another cup of tea. And she's like, "I can't look after them both. It's just going to get too difficult, so we've got to get rid of the bird." And Steve's like, "Right." Feels really caught in the middle now of this dynamic between the two. Leaves the kitchen, walks past the bird in the hallway, and as he walks past, the bird calls out in the husband's voice, "Stick the kettle on, Doris." So, it's true, it's absolutely true. Not only could he tell them they could keep the parrot, but he could also tell them they didn't both have Alzheimer's, which is what they were worried about.
God, what a great visit by Steve. Yeah. Well beyond his remit as the man who runs a parrot sanctuary. Oh, that's great, isn't it? I'm so glad that I asked. There you go. Brilliant, because the parrot was the problem, but in a tangential way that could be resolved. It was doing what parrots do. Yeah. Tell you what, it's good that that's again another testimony to your sleight of hand skills. That a story that punchline of which parrots mimicking human voices. I didn't see that. So no, that's pretty good, isn't it?
That feels like an up ending.
It is as well. It's like a really upbeat. Dave and Doris are going to be fine. The parrot stays. You're the patron of a parrot. Everything's going to be fine. We've got nothing to worry about.
Good.
Phew. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you for having me.
What a joy.
It's really lovely. Thank you.
Thanks for watching this podcast and going all the way to the end of it. Would you kind of to click the bell over there and subscribing so that we can infiltrate your serenity and peace of mind with jangling bells and buzzers. Hello, this is me, Russell Brand, on YouTube, introducing our entire free Luminary podcast with Eckhart Tolle. He's not called Eckhart, is he? I mean, there's enough people not sure how to pronounce the second bit. Tolle. I went with Tolle the whole time I was speaking to him. Eckhart Tolle. But let's not start saying Eckhart. That's confusing for all of us. So, Eckhart Tolle is a spiritual teacher, you know that, right? And an author. He's introduced millions to the freedom of living in the present. I want to promote Eckhart's Conscious Manifestation online course. Starts on June the 25th at eckharttolle.com. Eckhart shows us how this time of challenge and accelerated change is an opportunity to manifest from the awakened state of consciousness. I don't think so. He doesn't want us to awaken from he doesn't want us to awaken from being awake. I mean, where do you go from awaken, Jen? You know, we're including a link in the description. Use that link, because then people will know that Russ gets things done. You can listen to more episodes of Under the Skin only from Luminary on luminarypodcast.com. You can get a subscription for as little as $2.99 a month. There's loads of people on there: Trevor Noah, Karamo, Lena Dunham, me, hundreds of hours of stuff. It's bloody good. It's not available in all markets though. What do you thought it's going to be in all markets? It ain't in Chaz, for example. So enjoy this conversation between me and Eckhart Tolle.
Thank you for making time for us.
Oh, thank you. It's the next best thing to meeting in person. I hope that will happen also.
Yes, I hope so. Eckhart, Jenny, who produces this show, has asked if I can ask you if you can record the audio on your phone so that we have that additionally.
Okay.
If that's convenient for you.
Oh, let me just see whether I have this big microphone here. I'm not
Eckhart's
sure.
just produced a magnificent microphone. I've never seen anything like it. It's extraordinary. Have a look. I mean, I can't see where you're watching or monitoring.
It's a Larry King mic. Don't go away.
Get up.
We'll just take a short break.
Is it operable or is it merely an icon?
Because it is opera, but obviously I'm computer illiterate. I forgot to ask Brooke, who I was just talking to show me how to connect the mic. Where to go? Just a second.
Well, when I asked Eckhart about whether or not he was recording his phone, he produced such an enormous microphone, Jen, that the subject of recording on his phone was entirely obliterated. I think it's good, Jenny. Do you want to have a listen?
Why can't I order in a vehicle? Oh shit.
This is
It's not
Jenny
good.
Eckhart.
Yeah, sounds good. Good to get us on the phone as well, I think.
Sound good enough?
Yeah, to say good.
If you don't want to record it on your phone, you certainly don't have to. I don't want to oblige you to undertake more technical tasks than you're comfortable with. I mean, you have already shown us that enormous mic. Should I begin the podcast? I mean, we could use this. I mean, I think people would like seeing and hearing a reference to that ludicrous Larry King phallus that you're brandishing.
Eckhart, ever since I've been doing this podcast, I've wanted to have you
Not one medic.
as a guest, so I'm very grateful to you for coming on. But also, isn't it extraordinary that that it's at this peculiar moment with the pandemic and with the how to describe what's happening in America, the re-emergence of civil rights. What do you feel about this particular historic moment? Do you think that something significant is happening?
Yes, we live at a time of great change and also a time of enormous adversity too. Started with the virus and great change and adversity are actually inseparable because humans will not change unless they are faced with obstacles and adversity. So I believe there's a connection between the coronavirus and this movement that just started now for racial equality and so on. the virus presented
The little dog's just gonna kill everyone,
enormous
isn't it?
challenge for millions of people. And every challenge is an opportunity for
Damn it.
waking up. We may need to talk about what exactly I mean by waking up or awakening. It means, of course, a challenge, whatever form it takes, whether it comes on a personal level, affecting you, or whether a challenge happens collectively when there's a huge challenge of some form of adversity that suddenly arises in the collective, and it challenges millions of people. This is what happened with the virus. And in the face of challenge, whether it's of a personal kind or a collective kind, you cannot stay the way you are. You can go either one way or the other. So
Damn it.
one way is a challenge makes you more unconscious. It pushes you into deeper into egoic reactivity and negativity and conflict with other human beings becomes magnified. So one effect that a challenge can have on a human being is it can make him or her more unconscious, more reactive, more deeply entrenched
How did he get?
in egoic patterns.
Uh-huh.
The other thing, on the other hand, a challenge can have the effect of forcing you to become more conscious.
How about a grenade?
I have experienced it in my own life when faced with the challenges of life. Before I went through a kind of shift in consciousness when I was 29, whenever something bad happened around me, I would usually go into reactive mode and
Oh, three of them.
become very unhappy,
Savage.
or angry, or even more depressed than I was already. And so it's very important to
Oh, 5 kill streak.
using
Nice.
the adversity that inevitably arises
14.
in everybody's life, often on just on a personal level,
Squad wipe.
or on a collective level, to recognize that as an opportunity for becoming more conscious instead of less conscious, for awakening out of the egoic mind patterns. So maybe I should talk for a moment about what I actually mean by awakening.
Yes, and what characterises these egoic mind patterns. Those would be two areas to
Oh, damn.
good to have further detail on.
Now the ego,
I need help here, please.
which is a mind-made sense of self, a mind-made identity, that consists of
We now control most of the map.
narratives, thoughts that we identify with. It's the earliest
why did it do that?
story about the rising of the ego is the myth of Narcissus. This is of course where narcissism comes from. Every ego is a kind of has very strong narcissistic elements to it. The story of Narcissus is there was a young man, very beautiful, in ancient Greece. And this young man, because there was a time before mirrors were invented, and before we had the wonderful invention of selfies, he had never seen himself. And one day he looked into a pool of water and he saw his own reflection. And he was so fascinated by his own reflection. The story says that he fell in love with himself. But my interpretation is really that he became obsessed with himself, but not with himself, with the image of himself. And after that, he was no longer a happy person in various versions of that story, but his life didn't go well after that. So that, I believe, is sometimes very
After all that
in
defeat, never mind.
in
Close one.
mythology, in myth, it really, what it points to is the arising of the human ego, which is a kind of phantom self that you carry around, that you mistake for who you actually are. It consists of identifications with possessions, identification with your own body, including, of course, the color of your skin, it's part of your own body, identification with things that you can do, abilities, things you know, identification with all kinds of things. Now, what does it mean, identification with? It means you derive your sense of self from something that is not you. So let's say it's my car. And it could start for a little child who gets a toy car. And so the child is given a toy car, and that's the beginning of the ego, is the feeling of the child, this is mine. So there's a certain identification with the toy, the self-identification. So it enhances, because it only works if another child does not have that toy, then it really works. This is my car. So it enhances a certain sense of identity. And identity is something that humans desperately seek after meeting the needs of shelter and food and shelter. One could almost say the next thing after that is the psychological need in human beings for a sense of identity. They need to that, and the first thing that humans do, and you cannot,
We have majority control
there's
of
no
the sector.
preventing this. They seek an identity by identifying with this, that, or the other. Later, the adult
Allied troops
may
engaging
have
in
a
Delta
car
2.
and derives part of their sense of identity from having this car. But it only works because it's the ego is comparative, the image in your mind or your arm. It only works because other people don't have it. So imagine you have a Rolls Royce. I assume you don't, but imagine you have a Rolls Royce, and it enhances your sense of self. Every time you look at it, you sit in it, you are seen by other people. It enhances your identity, your sense of self. Now imagine a scenario where, let's say there's a kind of a twilight zone. Suddenly you wake up in a reality where every human being at the age of 20 is given the same Rolls Royce. Everybody drives exactly the same Rolls Royce. Suddenly it would no longer serve to enhance your identity, because you have nothing to compare itself to, because the ego needs, ultimately seeks some kind of superiority. It compares itself to others in one way or another. It seeks some kind of superiority over others. It's an unconscious process. It wants to emphasize what I call your form identity. This is me. And this is a normal process. There's no point in wanting to stop it from happening. A child needs to go that way until finally an egoic sense of self is formed. When we talk about identification, what are we really talking about? Let's say you identify with a possession or with an achievement, or you identify with the way
Enemy
you
forces
look.
control the majority of sectors.
Yeah, I'm back, sorry.
And that could give you a happy identity, because you look better than most.
Yeah, just had a quick word of the missus. She's on the bus to
For
Chennai.
you, that's probably the case. For me, that was not the case. I did not look great, so when my ego was developing, it could not enhance its identity by focusing on that, because my body didn't look great, and my ego was looking for other ways to identify with. But I assume in your case, for example, your ego, when it grew, to some extent identified with the way you look, because the ego always seeks the most obvious thing, and I would have been very happy to be as handsome as you when I was young, but it was was not the case. I had to find something else to identify with, and I finally found intellectual knowledge. I thought of myself, I started reading books, and I thought, oh, I'm actually more intelligent than most people. So an image formed in my mind that this is me, and there's always an unease behind it, because the ego is never feels really at ease or fulfilled. There's always an underlying sense of lack, of insufficiency, of not enough. I am not enough. Because ultimately it's only a mental image that you mistake for who you are. It's often associated with a narrative in your mind that tells you about my life. I call it my life. Me and my life. This is me. This is my life. People have a relationship with themselves. Isn't that strange? They have a relationship with the people. So this is why you have to... I hate myself. I love myself. In both cases, it's better to love yourself than to hate yourself. But in both cases, there's a duality, there's a split that has happened. There's you, and there's a self that you either hate or love. So the question is, if there's the self that you either hate or love, who are you? Who is the one that hates or loves that self? What is going on here? The dog does not have that problem, because the dog has not arrived yet at ego. The dog has no self-image. The dog does not live, or your cat. I saw your wonderful video about the death of your cat. It is very profound, beautiful, by the way. Your cat does. The animal does not yet have an ego. So the dog is itself. The dog has no problem with body image or self-esteem, because the dog is, and this is why most animals are more joyous and less problematic than humans. They do not carry the weight of the self, what the Buddha called the self. And the Buddha, one of the main teachings of the Buddha is to recognize the unreality of the self. It is a mental construct that you mistake for who you are. So ultimately, even if you identify with a possession which seems to be out there, the only way you can experience a possession is as a thought form in your mind. So ultimately, all the egoic identifications come down to thought forms, because that's the only way in which you can experience all these identifications. So ultimately, it all boils down to one thing. What you identify with is your thoughts, plus some emotions that go with those thoughts. So the ego ultimately is, when you first look at it, identification with all kinds of different things out there. But when you look at it more closely, all these different things that the ego identifies with are all experienced as thought forms. So the ego, then the essence of ego, you could say, is complete identification with thoughts. So, and the recurring thoughts in your mind that tell you who you are, that's the ego. And for people who are unconscious of that, they are so in the grip of these thought forms that they are virtually asleep. There's nobody there other than the dream of thought, the phantom self. So waking up means to suddenly recognize that the thoughts that go through your head continuously, but also the emotions that reflect those thoughts, are not who you are. So even the first beginning of awakening, spiritual awakening, one could say, is to recognize that certain thoughts are continuously arising in your mind. And you, for a moment, you have stepped out of that, and you recognize it. So stepping back, you could say, or before your consciousness, you could say, was completely absorbed, like this continuously arising thought forms. You know how it is when people are in the grip of the stream of thinking never stops except when you go to sleep. And you're hardly aware of your surroundings. And everything you see is to interpret through the screen of the conditioned mind, which is the ego. It's a very and this entity is ultimately a fiction. And so it is now coming back to adversity. When you're faced with some kind of adversity or challenge in your life, then the ego becomes very the unhappiness of the ego and the negativity of the ego gets greatly enhanced. So the adversity makes you very deeply unhappy or negative and reactive. Creates a lot of suffering, enormous amount of suffering. But even at the best of times, the ego needs some kind of antagonist. It needs always the other because it defines itself through the other. The one who is not different from me is not me. It needs not only the other, it needs to emphasize what I call the otherness of the other. It needs, so you have an encapsulated sense of self that depends on its survival.
How did she survive that?
Ultimately, to put it bluntly, having enemies out there. It needs the other because its identity would begin to dissolve without the other. For example, let's say in the case of Grace,
spawn dead straight away.
There's a person whose ego is to a large extent defined by the
she drinks her milk in the morning.
That's
some bones and all that. Yeah, seems like it. Oh, I'm alive again.
Black or white or yellow or what it may be. So that
oh, fuck off! That must have it. Surely.
A certain segment of the people around you are of a different race. Then you can define your ego through identification with that. And ego seeks enemies. Implied in that is also that it seeks superiority. So it feels
hit it.
It needs to tell itself
Whee!
Else. So if you identify with
fuck me! Oh no! Too much milk, that one.
Of course, it's in the human mind. That's where it starts. Before races
blooming full fat in it.
As behavior, and then externalized further as it manifests in the form of economic and social institutions and systems that we create. Before all that happens, the ego must, the root of the ego must be thought in the human mind. That's where it starts. And how does it start? It starts
now this dude again.
Identification with a thought form that says this is me at this color, and there's the other who is less than me. It starts with that, and that's a terrible thing. The ego does that. Whenever you do that, it's not just race. That's only one example. There are many other ways in which the ego does that.
Where is he?
It can. A person who is totally in the grip of the ego cannot meet you when you talk to this
shotgun
person,
in the back.
or you come together.
Yes, it's a beta. It's only one map.
Sees you through an image that he or she
it's pretty coming out on 14th or 15th of November, I think.
Mind they have created for you. Very quickly they create an image. They cannot relate to you. They relate to their own mental image of you. And that's a terrible thing to do to a human being. What you're actually doing is you're imposing an identity on the other and see the other through this fiction of an identity. And so you're never meeting that human being at all. You're only meeting the constructs
Give the sniper a go.
Mind. So there's always a total separation with the other, and that makes the great, that which makes you truly human being, these qualities like empathy, compassion, love, cannot arise when you're trapped in the egoic sense of self. the ego doesn't want these things. It cannot survive these things. So it's a false sense of self that people live through, and the awakening can begin with realizing that you are not the thoughts that go through your mind. That's the beginning. Now, what has arisen at that moment? Awareness. Suddenly, you realize that there is a dimension of...
Something smells really good, like chicken wings, but I haven't got anything in the oven.
That's not thinking.
Is that strange? Am I having a stroke?
That is the awakening. When you realize that you are underneath it all your sense perceptions, all your thoughts, underneath it all, there's this vast realm of conscious presence. There is a presence there, without which you wouldn't be able to perceive anything, you wouldn't be able to think anything. It arises, it's a little bit like, I compare it sometimes to, before you live on the surface of the ocean, you're a little ripple on the surface of the ocean. And this ripple only knows itself as a ripple. And it looks at other ripples and sometimes feels threatened by other ripples or wants to use other ripples to enhance its own sense of self. And it's always fearful. It always compares itself to other ripples.
Come on.
Very unpleasant and frustrating.
How did that not hit? Oh my god.
The depth of its
Out of the way, the helicopter.
The ripple is only a temporary
Dickhead.
expression of the vastness of the ocean. But it doesn't know that. So if the ripple for a moment comes to us, if the continuous thought, in this analogy, the ripple of course is the human being.
Smelling toasted stroke. Oh, toast.
The ripple stops thinking for a moment.
Even Dice is capable of creating a game while I'm talking.
For a moment,
yeah, Dice sword. Oh shit!
You come to a cessation of the and what's left when you're not thinking about
Chicken's probably brain hemorrhage or something. Okay, cool. That's slightly better somehow. I don't know. I've probably got that mixed up. Probably not even playing this.
It's no longer the historical self. All it can't say very much about it. There is an underlying sense of presence, alive, conscious presence. It's still, it's alive. And there's not much you can say about it. It's always been there. But it's always, before you realize that, until then, it had been overlooked continuously. Because sensory perception,
wow, good one.
Thought, especially thought activity, is so noisy
messed
that
up.
you are not aware of that underlying dimension. It's a bit like, let's say, we use another analogy. This is a strange analogy. Let's say you are in a room, and the room wants to know, who am I? So the room would say, well, there's this furniture here, there's the sofa and the chairs, and there's the table, and there's the wall and the ceiling.
Trying to get around us, it looks like.
There's this, that's me. To describe itself in terms of content, the content. And then you ask the room, is there anything that you have missed that you are? No, because you're looking for more content. No, I've listed, this is all the content of what I am. And then suddenly perhaps you point out, haven't you missed the essence of who you are? That's the space. That's the space.
He wants to play bumper cars, does he?
Content.
How about this? Bumper cars! Whee! Oh shit!
But the room had never been aware of it. Its essence is this space that can never be destroyed. It's actually timeless. And in this analogy, that space is the space of consciousness.
Ah, crap.
So you are not the
Thought we'd go through that.
of your mind.
Sorry, I walked away for a bit. Did you have a brain hemorrhage or are you good?
That is your form.
I surely hope not.
That
I'm not too
includes
sure.
all the things that
I
make
do smell chicken wings though.
constitute who you are on the level of form,
Maybe someone below me.
which is the body,
What
things you interact with, all the things, sense perceptions and thoughts. Every thought is a thought form. So you, on that level, are, and there's nothing wrong with form identity. You have to honor your form identity, acknowledge it, honor it. You can honor your form identity also racially. You can honor the color of your skin and perhaps cultural things that you are associated with your ancestors. You can honor all that. But if that is all you know, it's not enough. You have this. That still keeps you trapped in a very limited sense of self, and you continue to. You still need the other to be in some way inferior, whatever way. Or on the one hand, you honor the world of
very
form,
cryptic.
Your form identity, your body also. You don't say, "Oh, I no longer believe that I'm my body. I'm not paying attention." No, you honor your body. You give it food, exercise, nutrition. You do the best you can. You honor it, but you're not confined.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Because you realize that all that is to do with the content of consciousness. So I call that sometimes object consciousness. There are two dimensions in your life. You have object consciousness, which is all the things that arise in your mind. Every thought is an object. It's a form that arises. Every emotion is a form that arises.
What the
All
fuck
this
out?
is object consciousness.
Damn it.
That's the content of your life consists of this. Lots of things continuously arising and subsiding, arising and subsiding. That's object consciousness. For most people, that's all they ever know in their life. And then object consciousness, this is all you know, nothing else. You do not know the deeper dimension, which I call, it sounds a little bit like science fiction, I call it space consciousness. So you have object consciousness, which is your daily life. Frustrating if you don't know yourself as the underlying space consciousness, then you won't.
Fuck me, reload quicker.
Object consciousness is very frustrating because object consciousness is never satisfying for very long. It's continuously challenging, very frustrating.
Indeed.
One damn thing after another arises. You sort out one thing in your life, another problem comes up there. You never, when you only live in object consciousness, you have a feeling you never arrive anywhere. You're always trying to get somewhere. You never feel, I have arrived, and if you do, it's very short-lived. Then you realize, oh no, I haven't arrived. Whether it's fame, or some kind of achievement, or getting this or that, falling in love. I haven't arrived. No, you haven't. You haven't. So the same person that gives you the illusion that you have arrived, because you've fallen in love, this person makes you happy. 2 years later, the same person makes you unhappy. You haven't arrived. That's wedding and divorce is what I'm talking about. It's very common. Nothing satisfies you for very long, and things continuously leave you too. The Buddha talked about all that when he talked about the impermanence of all things. So this is object consciousness.
Oh, I got him.
Object consciousness is frustrating, and ultimately, and as you grow older, you become more and more disillusioned with the world, and you think you become kind of often bitter and resentful, and you've seen it all, and it's all your opinions are very rigid and fixed. You know it all, and you've seen it all. Don't tell me about this, your reactive patterns, and you've missed the most important thing in your life, which is the awareness of space consciousness. And when I say the awareness of space consciousness, it's an error that is through language. Language as a subject and an object, but it's not the awareness of space consciousness. The awareness is the space consciousness. So, in space consciousness is so simple to become aware of, just in a moment of no thought, but you haven't fallen asleep, you haven't thought of anything. I call it, you can either rise above thinking, in this moment I can see you, and in this moment you are present,
Allies are engaging at
but
Echo
not
1.
thinking.
Russians have
There's
sector
nothing to think
record.
about. And in this moment, I am present, but not thinking. I'm not preparing
Fuck.
and you're not preparing the next question you're going to ask. It'll come, but you don't need to prepare it. So
Enemy forces have taken a blow.
I'm familiar with that
Bet
state
they
of
have.
spacious awareness. And that is your essence identity. To be rooted in that, it's ultimately very simple. I don't know why they don't teach that in school. I mean, the most important life lesson is the transcendent dimension of life.
God damn it.
To find all the
Maybe the shotgun wasn't the best idea.
using different terms and different words. They all point
Next to
to
zero
this
range.
possibility of realizing the transcendent dimension.
Would have been changed to different kind of slugs actually.
Whether the Buddha
Oh, it's too
calls
late.
it, the Buddha actually calls it, the translation is shunyata, emptiness, but the better translation would be spaciousness. That's the essence who you are, shunyata, spaciousness. Jesus talks about the kingdom of heaven, which in my translation is not my translation.
Slug shell, that's what I want.
I translate it as dimension, and heaven, which is the vast heaven. When you look up at the sky, that's the closest thing you can get to spaciousness in the sense perceived world. The closest thing you can get to spaciousness is to look at the vastness of the sky.
Yeah, this one.
Many languages, heaven and sky is the same word. So you look at the vastness of the sky, which is vast spaciousness. So the kingdom of heaven is the dimension of spaciousness. It's a dimension of consciousness that is possible to realize. And it's not hugely difficult. This is why then they asked Jesus, where is the kingdom of heaven? When is it going to come? And he said, the kingdom of heaven cannot come with science to be perceived. You can never say it's over here or it's over there. Because the kingdom of heaven is within you. In fact, he was saying that it is the essence of who you are. Consciousness is, but it's not the essence of who you are. It's the essence of the universe itself.
I will never know.
You're just a microcosm of the universe. So when you realize the essence of who you are, the universe is realizing its essence through you, this little thing, through you. It's such an amazing thing. Why this is not common knowledge, I don't know. Humans have been asleep. It's occasionally people, awake people, where there's teachers and others we never heard of. I'm sure quite a few.
That pilot was clearly smelling chicken wings. He was.
Teach one or two people.
He had the old fucking KFC bucket on the go. That one.
To point the way. This, go there. It's not. It's not.
Come on, pilot. What are you doing?
In the spiritual sense, does
get back in the fight.
not mean to add content to your mind. So normally, when you say teach, you add content to the mind. But spiritual teaching is, one could almost say, to remove content and realize that beyond the content of your mind, there's a vast dimension of spacious presence. And once you awaken to that, it sort of starts with a simple thing. Become aware of a gap between two thoughts. Become aware that when you first look at something, let's say you go out into nature and you look up at a tree, and always in the first moment of looking, there's no mental noise, because you're just there as a presence that's taking in the sense perception. 2 seconds later, perhaps, the mind begins to interpret it and says something about it. But if you can catch the first moment, whenever you use your sense perception, listening to something, a sound suddenly arises, and you pay attention and you listen, and in that alert listening or that alert
Where are these snipers? Where are they?
You can become aware. It's a natural arising of spaciousness. You don't have to do a spiritual practice when you become aware of that. And when you become aware of that in the first moment of sensory perception, there's no mental interpretation yet of the sensory perception. When you become aware of that, they can actually be prolonged automatically. That interval before you name it, before you classify it, before you interpret it, there's an interval of still spacious presence. That makes your whole life much more deeply enjoyable. You begin to actually enjoy this world of form, the object consciousness. Why do you enjoy it more now? Because you are no longer dependent on it for your deep sense of joy and satisfaction. So you're no longer at the mercy of what's either happening or not happening in your life. So you can allow this present moment to be as it is, as it already is. It would be madness to fight what is. Then you can take steps, yes, to change things. And that this is also the place where, of course, all intuition arises from that spacious presence. All creativity arises.
Ooh, domed him.
Got
him as well.
All wisdom. Wisdom is a deeper intelligence, not just the analytical intelligence that can be measured with IQ tests. It's a tiny fraction of intelligence. IQ tests. By the way, I can't do IQ tests. I give up every time I see an IQ test. I say, what is this? My mind just doesn't go there. But I don't think it's a strong aspect of intelligence. But what the world needs is not more knowledge, more intelligence, because if there's only intelligence without the awareness, the deeper dimension of the essence, that leads to destructiveness. You need intelligence to build atom bombs. You need intelligence to build nuclear, chemical weapons, the most absurd things. You need intelligence to do that, but there's no wisdom there. So, I mean, the world is full of intelligent people, but not much wisdom. And if that continues, and science, for example, is only a more focused way of the mind being applied. Science without wisdom, which is intelligence without wisdom, ultimately will lead to disaster. So this waking up is vital. It's not hugely difficult. I don't understand why. Anyway, I mean, I do understand, because there's what we are coming. There's the gravitational pull of thousands of years of evolution, the ego arising. So there's 1,000 of years that we carry around, and it's an amazing thing that there are human beings now. I believe there are more than ever human beings who are awake.
Oh fuck, didn't mean to click there. Oh well.
Important to you, what the work that you do is also an important part of that, because you're bringing consciousness to the world, and that's the one thing that the world desperately needs. And then let's I don't know what's happening now, where it's going. You asked when we started. You asked about events that are happening now, and of course the answer is they can either go into egoic channels, and then they create more havoc. But eventually that's fine too, because eventually that too will awaken you. It just means more suffering has to come first. Or it may be possible that people who want to bring about change that they are more conscious, and I love it when I see people demonstrating peacefully. It's a wonderful thing. Just a peaceful demonstration is for people like, and a peaceful demonstration does not demonize other human beings. That's the important thing. If you start demonizing for groups of people,
Oh, that's good.
for example, because that is ego, and it's satisfying. It's so satisfying.
Oh, you've got the same weapon. Nice.
It inflates the ego. If you can police, there's a lot that needs to be changed.
Damn it.
Way policing how, and there are of course policemen whose ego gets enormous satisfaction from the power they have.
Sniping is pretty fun in this.
And the ego loves that, so very unconscious. But that it is absurd to say that all police are evil. It's just totally absurd. There are many good human beings who do a very difficult job. And yet, yes, we need to change the whole structure and the way that it is done. That's necessary. But then if we go further, we go into another trap, which is the egoic trap. And we could totally astray. But that's fine too, if that has to happen. Then you will regress, and regression in consciousness is also a way of evolving. And that's an interesting fact, that the universe evolves not through order, the play between order and disorder, order and chaos. Cosmos and chaos. Cosmos means order, chaos means disorder. So we need the two operate continuously, both in a person's life and in the life of the collective. We always think of course we should strive for order in our lives. It's good to strive for building things up, creating things. That's all part of order. Creating things, building things up, and so on. But no matter, although you should strive for order, no matter how much you strive, you will encounter the eruption of disorder into your life in one way or another.
Oh my god! Did you see that shot? Fuck my life. Yeah, no, this dude sounds a little bit like he's just talking the most vague as possible about everything.
The forest is a coming together of chaos and order, because when you look at the soil, it's full of decaying plants. There's death everywhere. All the vegetation, the soil, and the scent that emanates from the soil, it's decaying matter. Something dissolving, but the decaying matter
says he doesn't do
is food for the new life
he's
that's
too
arising.
or some shit, I don't know.
And on a human level, the evolution of consciousness often needs
Eckhart Tolle
to disorder because before a new level of consciousness can be reached. In my own life,
let's try something else. The Mad Sniper. Yeah, mate, did you see that? That shit was well good. What should I put on? We got the new episode from Carl Pilkington and Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant. Give that a go.
Hi, welcome to this free little tester podcast.
Why do I have a different weapon?
Just out of the goodness of our hearts. Do you know what I mean?
Kind guys, we're good guys.
Just free. Just listen to that, enjoy it. with me, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant,
hello there,
and of course Carl Pilkington. We've just recorded the first of our new series of audiobooks, which will be a guide to a plethora of academic subjects. The first one was on medicine, which is fantastic. So look forward to that in 2009.
Oh mate, quick,
what about a free sample first, Steve?
by all means, yeah, people can get a sense of exactly what they can expect.
In there. Jesus, that's a bit loud, isn't it?
Now, of course, what can we look forward to in the new audiobook series? We've done medicine, that's safe, that's kicking.
What other subjects would you like to cover?
I like natural history.
Yeah, natural history is good.
That should be a bit better.
Well, we were talking the other day. Carl is fascinated by that
okay?
quote I once told him that Wittgenstein said, "If a lion could speak English, you wouldn't be able to understand it because your cultural references would be so different." And as you know, Carl couldn't get it. He'd be going, "Well, I think I would understand a lion." He was going, I know
went the wrong way.
It's had. What did you mean by
better?
I just mean, of all the things that are out there, I kind of know what a lion gets up to,
Yeah,
so I wouldn't be shocked when he told me.
No, it's so different.
No, it's not. Not when you think about, say like a worm.
Yeah.
I'd go on, tell me again, what have you been up to?
Yeah.
Because it's so weird.
Fuck.
It's so different. A lion, I know. Most of it's he's gonna say he's been hunting again.
Yes, but he's not gonna say I've been hunting again. Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
No, it's not about that. It's like you can't understand really well-educated people using different words and culture. It's sort of like people are different enough. You don't quite understand what they're talking about.
But you do. You always do. Even in tribes, I've watched programs about tribes, and I don't know what they're doing.
But I think
we're people.
Can I suggest? I think the problem Carl's having is when he imagines this talking lion, he's thinking of the Lion King.
Yeah.
Where essentially those lions are just humans acting like humans act.
What's the worst animal that if it could talk, you'd be scared of? If a spider came up to you and went, "Carl, I'm gonna fucking bite you."
That wouldn't really bother me.
Ooh.
No. What about an alligator? Going, "Carl."
Crocodiles.
Oh fuck! No.
So if a crocodile you went out, right? You open the bedroom door and there's a crocodile and he's broken in, and you go, "Oh," and he goes, "Yeah, I was you, because I'm gonna fucking crunch through your head, and then I'm gonna swallow you. I'm gonna drag you under in my lager, right, until you soften, and I'm gonna rip your limbs off by twisting in the water. How would you like that, you round-headed little fucker?"
Just shut the door.
No, don't shut the door, mate, because that just made me angry. So,
he walked straight to my grenade.
what?
No,
but why don't you go, "Alright, let's talk about this"?
No, I wouldn't talk about it because there's no reasoning with him.
Why?
He's a lunatic.
And what's an owl going to say to you that'll freak you out?
It's just more of a shock. There's something
Got him.
about that. I can imagine him sort of. It's that look, you know. It's the same sort of thing as the fellow out of the Sparks.
Yeah.
Sort of head turn.
Yeah.
And I can imagine it doing that and then sort of going.
Do you know why they turn their head?
Just to look around.
Yeah, because they can't move their eyes in their head. They're so big, the eyes.
Ooh, got the victory in.
And they can't move them within in the skull, so they have to move their head.
Why are you looking at
Will I be streaming in an hour or so? Yeah, I think so. I think Richard will be on soon in as well, so I end up playing something together.
Enjoyed that little free. I thought they would have free test.
Might have a quick break now and have some food though.
Just a little sample there.
Yeah, don't complain if it's free. Just enjoy it.
But yeah, I'll let you know on Discord.
A snippet.
Are they complaining because it's free? I mean,
they are.
That just seems
And do last as long as we make some food. Yeah, me too. Cool.
But if
Right,
you
dude.
enjoyed this, then download the full
If you have enjoyed this,
version
then make
of
sure
the
to
Ricky Gervais
like
Guide.
and subscribe and all that. Hey, cool. Cheers, mate. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you in a bit. Bye.